Chapter 1420. Literally, he can't come back. Suyu shrugged. There were usually two possibilities for not being able to come back. The first was being trapped, and the second was death. In a dangerous place like the Azura Forbidden Lands, it was obvious that the latter was more likely to be the case. "What did you say?" Chu Bawang's expression changed. "If you dare to lie, I will make you walk sideways." Su Yu looked at Ling Wu calmly. "Lord Ling Wu, as the supervising emissary sent by the sect leader, are you indifferent to threatening the contestants?" Ling Wu had no choice but to come forward and patiently said, "Suyu, the Chu clan leader cares about his children, so it is understandable that his words are a little impulsive. You should understand." Suyu smiled faintly and said with an expressionless face, "Well, I certainly understand your feelings now that your son has died. However, all that's left of Chu Bawang is his skin and bones. Will the ferocious beast not return his body and announce the results of the competition?" Ling Wu said, "Today is the end of the competition. If he doesn't come back, it will be regarded as a defeat and the winner will belong to you." Suyu crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, "Okay, it's only half a day. I can afford to wait." Misleading the masses with lies. The Bawang has, in short, he has a trump card to protect himself. No matter who dies, he won't die. Chu Long's pupils flickered violently, and there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Su Yu said, "What does he have?" "He has 5 elders of the Chu clan to protect him, so he won't die." "What?" Chu Long's face changed dramatically, and he finally showed a look of fear. He said in surprise, "What did you see?" "It's nothing. It's just 5 heads. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the trump card that your Chu clan is determined to win in this competition," Suyu said. "Nonsense, how could they be killed?" Chu Long was shocked. Suyu spread his hands. "I don't need you to believe me. If you don't believe me, just wait patiently for half a day." Half a day passed, and the agreed period of half a month went by bit. Chu Long's eyes stared at the vortex, and his eyes gradually became dry and bloodshot, but he still refused to give up. However, as time went on, his heart became heavier and heavier. With the help of 5 elders at the 3rd heaven, even if they did not kill enough beasts, they should be able to escort the tyrant back safely. The fact that there was still no movement meant that there were many problems. Ling Wu remained silent. He was also secretly shocked. The 5 3rd heaven experts of the Chu clan, as well as the heir of the Chu clan, Chu Bawang, had most likely perished inside. What happened inside? How could the 5 elders not be able to return alive? Finally, the time was up. Although Ling Wu wanted to help the Chu clan, he did not dare to change the rules without permission. With a light sigh, Ling Wu said, "It's a pity that Chu clan master, Chu Bawang, did not return as promised. This is considered a failure. Su Yu is the winner of this competition." "Wait." Chu Long turned around. Under the armor, only a pair of eyes were exposed, reflecting a gloomy light. "I suspect that he killed my son, Chu Bawang." "Lord Ling Wu, please reveal the truth through the jade pendant," Chu Long said coldly. His whole body emitted an extremely sharp aura. It seemed like he would attack Suyu at any time. Ling Wu immediately said, "Yes, the request of the Chu clan master is within the scope of permission. Of course, there is no problem." He did not care whether he would hurt Suyu's reputation and agreed immediately, for fear of offending the Chu clan master. Taking out the jade pendant, Ling Wu activated it on the spot. The jade pendant projected a series of moving pictures, which were the various things that Suyu had done after entering the Azura Forbidden Lands. Among them, the images of the green figure and the blood demon made their faces change dramatically. Even if it was just a projection, they could feel the horror of the two. They were by no means ordinary level 3 ferocious beasts. What made their faces change even more was that there were 5 heads stuck upside down on the top of the mountain. Chu Long was shocked. He recognized at a glance that they were the 5 clan elders he had sent. He had ordered them to capture a few level 3 ferocious beasts alive and bring them to the shore of the Silver Lake to meet Chubawang, who knew that they would all perish. Their eyelids twitched, and their hearts were filled with horror. Then, Suyu met Wang Qingchen and killed the 8-clawed octopus. Ling Wu nodded. There was no problem with the origin of this object. The key was the death of Chubawang. Finally, beside a silver lake, Chubawang's figure appeared. Instead of waiting for the 5 clan elders, he found himself in a trap. Not only did he fail to take advantage of Suyu, but he also became Suyu's scapegoat and was caught in the vortex. Finally, the scene of Chubawang's execution was clearly displayed on the screen. Everything had nothing to do with Suyu. Chu Long's face was pale, and his heart was filled with grief. He had no choice but to accept the death of Chubawang. However, after recovering from his grief, he was filled with inexplicable hatred for Suyu. If it weren't for Suyu, would they have had to go to the Azura Forbidden Lands to compete? Would it have led to the death of Chubawang? The images continued to flow, and Suyu said lightly, "Lord Ling Wu, do you have anything else to say?" Ling Wu wanted to help the Chu clan and disqualify Suyu from winning, but from beginning to end, Suyu's actions were impeccable. He could only say, "The winner of this competition is Suyu." Wait. Chu Long clapped his hands, and from the void in the distance, an aircraft that had been hidden for half a month suddenly appeared. From it, 3 old men from the Chu clan leaped out. Each of them had an aura that was no weaker than level 3. Ling Wu was taken aback. He didn't know that there were strong men from the Chu clan hiding nearby. "Chu clan master, what are you doing?" Ling Wu's eyes flickered as he asked. Chu Long's eyes were full of hatred as he stared at Suyu. "Su, you killed my son. This is no longer a matter of competition, but a matter of our personal grievances. Today, I must use his blood to pay for the harm my son has suffered. Lord Ling Wu, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please step aside and don't intervene." When Ling Wu heard this, he was overjoyed. He took a step back and watched with folded arms. Suyu said, "Ling Wu, the Chu clan can't afford to lose and wanted to kill someone. Are you really going to pretend that you didn't see it?" Ling Wu couldn't even get away in time, so how could he dare to speak up for Suyu? He said with a face of impartiality, "I only have the right to supervise. The competition is over, and I have made a fair ruling. The rest is your personal grievances, and it has nothing to do with me." Hearing this, Suyu smiled sarcastically. "You are too smart for your own good." Ling Wu sneered. "It would be foolish of me to help you. Suyu, pay for my son's life." Chu Long knew that Chubawang's death could not be blamed on Suyu, but the most important thing at the moment was not personal grievances, but bargaining chips. If he did not kill Suyu, the Chu clan would really have to take out resources that would hurt them greatly. This was a price that the Chu clan could not afford to pay. Therefore, he selected 3 men of sacrifice from the clan to give Suyu a fatal blow at the last moment, even if the 3 of them suffered the backlash of the Thunder Mark. What a joke! "What does your son's life and death have to do with me?" Suyu said. Chu Long shouted, "If it weren't for the competition between you and the Bawang, would he have fallen to this point?" Suyu chuckled. "Perhaps the Chu clan leader has forgotten that it was your precious son who forced me to make a challenge. You may have also forgotten that in order to ensure victory, it was also you who chose the Azura Forbidden Land to compete. I really don't know how I caused your son's death. Instead of blaming me, it's better to blame yourselves." Suyu's eyes were full of pity. Sad people always blame others for their mistakes and never reflect on themselves. Chu Long was poked in his sore spot and roared, "Don't try to argue. Pay for my son's life." Together with Chu Long himself, the 4 top strong men of the Chu clan attacked Suyu together. However, at this moment, they strangely changed their target and set their attack on Ling Wu. Ling Wu, who was watching from the sidelines, was caught off guard and shouted, "What are you doing?" In a hurry, he hurriedly resisted. Unfortunately, they were unprepared, and the outcome of a 4-on-1 battle could be imagined. Ling Wu's physical body was destroyed by the 4 strong men, and his soul took the opportunity to escape. However, it was caught by the Chu clan leader. Ling Wu's soul was shocked and angry, and he roared, "Chu clan leader, are you trying to rebel? I am the messenger sent by the sect leader." The Chu clan leader sneered, "Idiot! If you die here and frame Suyu or the escaped ferocious beasts, what can the sect leader do to me? Rest in peace." The Chu clan leader clenched his 5 fingers. Ling Wu was horrified and hurriedly asked Suyu for help. "Brother Su, join forces with me and eradicate the traitor." Suyu folded his arms and looked on coldly as he had done before. He said lightly, "This is a personal grudge between you, and it is not convenient for me to intervene." The same words were thrown back at him. If he helped the Chu clan, Suyu could ignore it. If he stood by and did nothing, Suyu could ignore it. However, if he was in trouble, Suyu would not care. As Suyu said, he was too clever for his own good. The images in the jade pendant recorded many shocking secrets, such as the Chu clan changing the seals without authorization, which led to the changes in the Azura Forbidden Lands. How could the Chu clan allow this to spread? Therefore, Ling Wu's death was already a foregone conclusion. Unfortunately, he thought that the Chu clan would not dare to do anything to him, and he even intended to stand by and watch. Su, you could not find a reason to save such a stupid and selfish person. Poof! Chu Long clenched his 5 fingers, and Ling Wu's soul was completely crushed. With a cold smile in his eyes, he said, "I can only deal with you with peace of mind after I get rid of the irrelevant people." The 3 elders behind him walked towards Suyu step by step, their eyes filled with the determination to die. But at that moment, the vortex above their heads suddenly rolled, and the red thunder in it continued to roar, as if it was trying to stop something from coming out. Everyone present was taken aback. Chu Long was surprised. Strange! Could it be that the arrangement of the 5 clan elders has finally worked, and a few ferocious beasts from the Azura Forbidden Lands have been released? But then he thought about it and couldn't help but laugh. Heaven is on my side. The ferocious beasts of the Azura Forbidden Lands have appeared, killed Ling Wu, and killed Suyu. Ha ha ha! Chapter 14:21. Chu Long smiled coldly. What a joke! Don't you know who I am? I am the patriarch of the family who guards the Azura Forbidden Lands. If I can't even suppress a few ferocious beasts, how can I hold this position for so many years? Shaking his head, Suyu looked at him as if he was looking at a dead man. You may not understand what it means to send 5 people to the Azura Forbidden Lands to deal with the Forbidden Lands. You really brought this upon yourself. Swish! Suyu's body was like a phantom, and he immediately left. Chu Long's eyes were cold. Kill him! The 3 elders immediately attacked Suyu. However, at that moment, a black lightning cut through the sky above the vortex and flashed past the 3 elders. 3 consecutive blood-curdling screams resounded throughout the universe. Chu Long looked back, and his pupils shrank. He saw a half-human, half-eagle creature, each holding an elder with its claws. Its sharp claws pierced through their heads, pinning them to the ground, unable to move. It held one in its mouth, piercing the chest of the elder, greedily sucking the flesh and blood essence in the elder's body. In a breath's time, the 3 experts of the Chu clan were completely annihilated. Chu Long gasped. How could this level of strength be a level 3 ferocious beast? In terms of speed alone, it was comparable to the supreme existence of level 2. However, the vortex roared, and 3 more figures descended. Among them, the blood-red ferocious shadow was even more terrifying than the giant eagle. Chu Long's feet were cold. Through the image, he sensed the danger of the blood demon, But in front of him, he was shocked to find that this blood demon was several times more terrifying. Looking at the fate of the 3 strong men of the clan, Chulong hurriedly took out a black token. It was the item that controlled the Azura Forbidden Lands, inherited from the hands of the wizard ancestor. Without saying a word, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a large mouthful of grayish-white blood, which fell on the token. The token immediately emitted a mysterious light, and the vortex of the Azura Forbidden Lands above his head suddenly sped up. The blood demon and the others suddenly felt their bodies locked in place, and they were involuntarily swept into the vortex. Seeing this, Chulong felt a little relieved. Fortunately, although the escaped ferocious beasts were too terrifying, the situation was still under control. However, the next moment, a scene that made Chulong stiffen appeared. The 4 beasts took out a bloody spine one after another and held it tightly in their hands. The spine emitted a powerful Azura power, which actually resisted the suction force of the vortex. The 4 ferocious beasts stabilized themselves, their eyes glinting with ferocity. The blue figure sneered, "Big Brother Blood Demon, it seems our luck isn't too bad. We just came out and we ran into the patriarch of the Azura Forbidden Land. The token in his hand is the key to controlling the first layer of the seal." The duckbill beast said, "That's not all. As the patriarch of the Guardian family, his bloodline power is the strongest. Perhaps his blood alone is enough to completely dissolve the last 20% of the seal on Master." The eagle's sharp eyes stared deeply at the token in Chulong's hand. "And with this token, we will no longer be limited in the time we can leave the first heaven. We can even open the first heaven and lead our Shura world's army to occupy a piece of land." Hearing their discussion, Xiaolong's hair stood on end. He finally realized how stupid it was for him to send 5 clan elders to change the seal of the second heaven. The blood demon grinned. "You 3 deal with the patriarch of the Guardian family. I'll deal with this kid myself." From beginning to end, the blood demon had never taken the initiative to attack, but he was the strongest of the 4 ferocious beasts. The giant eagle sighed. "I haven't seen Big Brother in action for a long time." The blue figure and the duckbill beast showed excitement in their eyes. "It has indeed been a long time since I saw Big Brother in action." Under everyone's gaze, the blood demon slowly walked toward Suyu, his anger surging. Suyu's eyes were solemn. Compared with the octopus, the blood demon was on a completely different level. In terms of breath alone, 10 octopuses were not necessarily a match for the blood demon. Swoosh! Without thinking, Suyu immediately chose to escape. The blood demon grinned, as if looking at the prey he was about to chase. His body shook, and a pair of wide blood-red wings appeared behind him. With a flap, he turned into a flash of blood-red lightning and chased after Suyu. His speed was even faster than the giant eagle. Big Brother indeed. The giant eagle's eyes were full of envy and jealousy. Immediately, his sharp eagle eyes turned and stared at Chulong, saying, "Third brother, 4th brother, let's attack together. Don't show any mercy." Soon, a desperate battle broke out here. As for Suyu, while he was still flying, he felt the extremely fast power behind him. His eyes were full of concentration, and without thinking, he formed a seal with his hands and immersed himself in a powerful and unparalleled state. Suddenly, the shocking fighting intent seemed to come from ancient time and space, descending with a rumble. The blood demon showed a trace of surprise in his eyes. This move was still fresh in his memory. Humph! In the absence of preparation, this move may still be a threat to me, but now. The blood demon held the bloody spine in his hand and waved it in the air. Chi! In an instant, a long crack appeared in the space. An earth-shattering Azura power crushed the battle will. The remaining power penetrated the fighting intent and went straight to Suyu. Suyu immediately activated the reverse scale of the World Annihilation Dragon to block the remaining power. Bang! There was a loud bang. Although the reverse scale of the World Annihilation Dragon could neutralize the threat of the power of Azura, It could not neutralize the huge force carried by it. Su Yu's body flew backward, and there was a mouthful of blood in his mouth. His muscles and bones seemed to have been crushed, and there was no part of him that was not in pain. "You are not dead? The scale on your chest seems to be unusual," the blood demon said indifferently. The blood demon said indifferently. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he swung the spine in his hand again without any warning. This time it was a full blow. Even if the reverse scale of the World Annihilation Dragon could block it, it would still be killed. At this critical moment, Su Yu's whole body shone with divine light, and 4,000 divine path phantoms stood behind him. The endless divine light merged into one, forming a terrible beam of light. It went against the flow and fought with the power of Azura. The two extreme forces collided and intersected in the air, producing a destructive aftermath. The three ferocious beasts, who were about to end the battle, looked shocked. The giant eagle's left claw was pressing down on a head that had died with its eyes wide open, and its right claw was holding a black token. Staring at the battle in the distance, the giant eagle was shocked. He can actually fight Boss Blood Demon to a draw. The pupils of the green figure and the duckbill beast also shrank. 4,000 divine paths? Among the divine paths, there is such a strange talent? The duckbill beast's eyes narrowed. I have heard of many nature-defying children who became gods through the divine paths. Their divine paths are different from the others, and even the positions of gods that they eventually obtained are different from those of ordinary divine paths. However, such people are all nature-defying talents collected by the Path Master. How could there be one of them here? The giant eagle said, "Let's go and help first." Boom! At this time, the two forces suddenly broke out with an unprecedented impact. A white wave of light that was visible to the naked eye radiated all around. The giant eagle and the others who were about to rush over were shocked and retreated. The green figure's movement was slightly slower, and he was swept by the white light. In an instant he turned into ashes. "Fourth brother!" The giant eagle and the duckbill beast roared, but they could only watch helplessly as the green figure's body turned into dust and drifted away. They retreated until they were millions of miles away before they escaped to a safe area. When the white light subsided, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. There was no longer any land there. It had all been razed to the ground, leaving only magma deep underground gushing out, turning millions of miles of mountains and rivers into a sea of fire. The atmosphere had also been swept away. All the spiritual energy and air had been swept away and turned into a vacuum state. Even the sky above had been swept away with a spatial crack that covered an area of countless miles. Looking at the shocking scene, the giant eagle and the duckbill beast, who were lucky enough to survive, swallowed hard. This nature-defying talent is too terrifying. The duckbill beast was shocked. The giant eagle said solemnly, "I wonder how big Brother Blood Demon is doing." After waiting for a moment to make sure that the white light would not appear again, the giant eagle carefully flew to the center of the battlefield. In the center of a magma lake, a blood-colored figure was kneeling on the ground on one knee while holding a spine in his right hand. His left hand was tightly covering his chest. The giant eagle hurriedly flew over and said, "Big brother!" When he saw the injuries of the blood demon, the giant eagle's face changed dramatically. The blood demon's chest had been swept away, and he had lost all his internal organs. His head also seemed to have been hollowed out, leaving only an empty skull. Only his hands and feet were intact. His breath was also on the verge of extinction. A strange light flashed through the giant eagle's eyes. Just as he was about to think, the blood demon suddenly raised his empty head and said coldly, "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and heal my injuries." The giant eagle was shocked and immediately took out his spine, releasing the power of Azura to heal the blood demon's injuries. After a long time, the blood demon's abdomen was restored, and most of his head was restored. The duckbill beast rushed over at this time. Looking at the injuries of the blood demon, he gasped. This is the first time Big Brother has been so seriously injured. The blood demon said coldly, "For 1,000 divine paths. This is a nature-defying talent that only the Pathmaster is qualified to collect. It is not surprising that he could fight me to a draw." "Big Brother, what about him? Is he dead?" The duckbill beast glanced around, but did not find Suyu's shadow. The blood demon said he has left. The giant eagle and the duckbill beast looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Did that mean that the human race was better? The blood demon snorted coldly. "His injuries are worse than mine." Hearing this, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. However, the giant eagle's eyes flashed with disappointment. "You two heal me together and try to recover 30% of my strength. I will search for this person with you," the blood demon said fiercely. "Even without the crystal ball, I intend to hunt him down to the end. Such a nature-defying talent, if not eradicated, will sooner or later become a great threat to the Azura world." In this regard, the giant eagle and the duckbill beast had no objection and nodded in agreement. Swish! Somewhere in the Blackwood Forest, in a group of ancient trees, a silver-haired handsome young man covered in blood fell from a high altitude, smashed into a giant tree, and then rolled to the ground. Every bone in his body was broken, and his flesh was badly mutilated. Green energy constantly flowed out of his chest, repairing his body. Even so, this green energy that was full of life energy could not be recovered quickly. Layers of obscure Azura power could be seen in his body from time to time, constantly wandering and destroying the body that had just been repaired. Therefore, this injury could not be completely healed in a short time. However, the enemy would not give him enough time. Lying under the tree, Suyu could not move his limbs, quietly waiting for his body to recover. 2 hours later, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were solemn, and his left hand, which was barely able to move, rested on the space ring, ready to use something, because something powerful was approaching. Until the figure of the person appeared, Suyu was stunned and frowned. "Have you been following me?" Chapter 14:22. "Sort of. I said I would repay the favor," the person in front of him said calmly. Suyu put down his finger and sighed slightly. "You chose the worst time." The woman in front of him was Wuxin, the helm leader Wuxin, who wanted to repay the kindness with her life. Suyu was in a very dangerous situation at the moment, and Wuxin came. Perhaps her own words would come true. She would sacrifice herself for Suyu. "Don't worry too much. During the half a month you entered the Azura Forbidden Lands, I have been preparing for today," Wuxin said. "If I save you, the kindness between us will be written off, and I can leave the lost nation with peace of mind." After all, she was too ashamed to face the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple, and she wanted to leave. At this point, Suyu could no longer drive her away. He said, "Then I will have to trouble you." Wuxin nodded calmly, helped Suyu up, and quickly left the place. Soon after, a cave hidden in the deep forest appeared in front of the two of them. This cave was a temporary stronghold opened by the wizard tribe during the war between the god realm and the wizard tribe. It goes straight underground and extends in all directions. After entering, it will take a long time for the enemy to track us down. Wuxin explained, gently sweeping away the dust in front of the cave, and led Suyu into the cave. "Wait," Suyu said with difficulty. He gathered the little divine power he had and swept away the footprints outside the cave, as well as the smell. Finally, he deliberately shook off a layer of dust with his divine power to cover up the traces of the cave entrance. Wuxin saw this and couldn't help but praise, "You are so meticulous. When it comes to dealing with danger, I am an old antique who has lived for many years, but I am not as good as you." The cave was indeed a different world. It went straight underground, and the underground passages were complicated. Along the way, Suyu found at least tens of thousands of passages of different sizes and directions. If the blood demon wanted to chase after them, it might really cost a lot. Su Yu and Wu Xin chose an inconspicuous, ordinary passage and entered it, recuperating in an abandoned stone room in the passage. "I have good healing elixirs here," Wu Xin said. Su Yu shook his head. "My injury is secondary. The power of Azura that invaded my body is the key. I only need time now." "How long?" "1 day is enough." Wu Xin's eyes were calm. "You rest well. I will protect you." Su Yu nodded, then revolved the Milky Way star sand and concentrated on extracting the Azura power that had invaded his body. Half a day had passed, and the power of Azura in Su Yu's body had weakened significantly. His injured body had finally begun to recover. However, it would still take half a day for him to recover to his peak. Rumble. However, at this moment, a strange sound came from outside the passageway. It seemed that some creature had passed by the house and accidentally touched the metal objects scattered on the ground. The look in Wu Xian's eyes suddenly became fierce. He suddenly got up and went to the front of the house. Sticking to the door, he held his breath with rapt attention and listened to the movements outside. Su Yu's nerves tensed up. He had not fully recovered from his injuries, and if he were to force himself to fight, he would not be a match for the 3 ferocious beasts. All of a sudden, Wu Xian seized the opportunity and opened the door. His palm swallowed and spat out an astonishing amount of wizard power. The living beings outside clearly did not expect that there would be people in the underground tunnel that had been abandoned for so long. He didn't even have time to scream before he was killed by Wu Xian's palm. Su Yu walked over and fixed his gaze on it. A curious look appeared on his face. The intruder was not one of the 3 ferocious beasts, but a soldier from the God Realm, an enemy of the God Realm. Wu Xian was also surprised. How did they come to the underground tunnel? Su Yu thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid we have to leave this place quickly. This tunnel is not a good place to be." The appearance of the citizen of the God Realm made Wu Xian aware of the danger. He nodded slightly. "We can't stay any longer. We will leave through another tunnel. The exit of that tunnel leads directly to the outside of Fan Capital. We can reach the safe area as soon as possible." Even with the insolence of the 3 ferocious beasts, they would not dare to openly invade Fan Capital. The masters and many powerful treasures guarding Fan Capital were enough to make it a one-way trip. "I have recovered 30% of my combat power. If I don't encounter the 3 ferocious beasts, there shouldn't be a big problem," Su Yu said. The 2 of them left immediately after saying that. Not long after they left, another soldier from the God Realm rushed over silently. He squatted down to examine the injuries of the deceased. His eyes were focused, and he immediately took out a jade pendant. He said in a low voice, "The wizard tribesmen have invaded the underground tunnel. Please inform the general immediately to block all the major exits. Do not let the wizard tribesmen leak the news of this place." 2 hours later, they came to the end of a tunnel. The glaring sunlight outside made it difficult for them to open their eyes. Wu Xian supported Su Yu and was about to leave when she found that Su Yu's feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. She couldn't move him. Looking back, she saw that Su Yu's face was full of vigilance. His pair of eyes had turned pale white, and there was a mysterious aura that could see through everything. "There is an ambush outside. The God Realm soldiers have set up an ambush here." Su Yu's eyes were bright. He didn't think that the God Realm soldiers would be warm and courteous after discovering that Su Yu was a wanted criminal of the 4 great empires. Not to mention the fact that there was a genuine wizard by his side. "Let's look for other exits." Su Yu finished looking, and his eyes were focused. "There are 2 level 3 deities guarding the exit. If I were at my peak, I could still break through with you. Now it's too dangerous." Wu Xian said, "There are other passageways." However, at that moment, Wu Xian and Su Yu shuddered at the same time. A tyrannical aura quickly approached them, as if it had firmly locked them in place. Then another aura followed. Not long after, a third aura approached. They quickly found Suyu's location and sped away. It's them. Sure enough, they found us. Suyu wasn't too surprised. There was still the power of Azura left in his body, and it was only a matter of time before they found him. Delaying them for half a day was already a good result. Suyu turned to look at the exit and gritted his teeth. We can only take the risk and break through. Go. Wu Xan was indifferent to life and death. She stood in front of Suyu and said, without looking back, I'll hold off the 2 level 3 deities outside. You escape alone. Her tone was light and indifferent, as if she was talking about something ordinary. However, if that was the case, she would stay here forever. If I really escape like this, I won't be able to live in peace for the rest of my life. I just want to live with a clear conscience, Suyu said, bypassing Wu Xan and walking to the front. The space ring between his fingers flickered, and a jade tombstone fell into his hand. Stroking the tombstone, Suyu said helplessly, If my guess is correct, whether we can get out of here today all depends on this tombstone. Wu Xan was surprised and looked at the tombstone in confusion. In her senses, there was nothing special about the tombstone. It was no different from ordinary jade. What is this? Wu Xan asked in surprise. Chapter 14:23. If someone else had said this, she would not have believed it. But Suyu's words, she inexplicably believed it. Swoosh! Suyu activated his divine power, condensed a clone, and suddenly rushed out of the exit. As a result, the exit was already hidden, and a long-prepared formation was immediately activated. The formation released a beam of light as thick as a thumb, intersecting in the air to form a fine giant net, penetrating Suyu's clone at lightning speed. The clone was immediately cut into thumb-sized cubes by the giant net and scattered on the ground. Only after activating the formation did Suyu move his body and fly out. He escaped from our cave. On both sides of the stone cave exit, 2 powerful level 3 deities appeared, their bodies filled with divine light. On the left was an old man in a yellow robe, saying, Immediately inform the rest to come to this exit and block them. On the right was a middle-aged bald man with a fat head and big ears, who sneered, It's just a wizard. The 2 of us are enough. Swish! At this time, Suyu and Wuxin flew out one after another. Suyu did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Enduring his injuries, he activated the heaven-fighting 3 strokes. The boundless fighting intent surged like a tsunami, rumbling out of the stone cave. The yellow-robed man and the fat middle-aged man were shocked and immediately joined forces to activate their divine power, condensing it into a wall of defense. Crack! As the fighting intent passed, their defense held on for 3 breaths before it broke. The yellow-robed old man's face changed dramatically. Get out of the way! Swish! The 2 of them barely dodged. An invincible fighting intent tore the wall of divine power and rushed straight into the sky. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Suyu and Wuxin escaped from the blockade and rushed in the direction of Fan Capital. Quickly chase after them, the yellow-robed old man said. The fat middle-aged man was puzzled and could not help but hesitate. That kid, why does he look so familiar? Where have I seen him? As soon as he said this, the yellow-robed old man's anxious face was also surprised. You think so too? I thought it was an illusion. The 2 of them looked at each other with some surprise. All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning flashed in the plump middle-aged man's mind, illuminating his heart. He suddenly remembered where he had seen Suyu before, and said in shock, Elder Huang, isn't he the most wanted criminal of the 4 great empires, Suyu? Hearing this, the yellow-robed old man was shocked. So it's him! No wonder it looked so familiar. Soon after, his aged eyes were filled with ecstasy. The world's most wanted criminal, Suyu. The 4 great dynasties had issued a joint order to capture him. Anyone who could capture him alive would be able to learn the secret skills of the 4 great imperial sacred factions. You can also choose any imperial sacred faction and be worshipped for eternity. From then on, you will have an inexhaustible supply of training resources. The yellow-robed elder repeated the rewards for Su Yu's arrest. It was a temptation that no god could resist. Even a level 3 deity would not be able to resist such tempting conditions. Their breathing quickened at the same time, and their pupils constricted, flickering with an ecstatic light. Their hearts pounded as if they had seen a great opportunity that belonged to them. Should we inform the commander? The obese middle-aged man realized a problem. The yellow-robed old man was extremely hesitant, uneasy, and reluctant. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. Whether we can be rich for a lifetime, whether we can achieve the divine path, depends on whether we can seize this opportunity." The obese middle-aged man's face flashed with fear, but he was overwhelmed by the huge reward in front of him and said, "Yes, since it is an opportunity, there must be risks. Let's fight." The two looked at each other and decided not to spread the news of Su Yu's appearance. They would hunt him down in private. Swish! Shortly after the two left, 3 figures flashed out of the stone cave. It was the seriously injured blood demon, the giant eagle, and the duckbill beast. "Humph! It seems that he has a lot of enemies." The blood demon clutched his painful chest and sneered. "That's the best. We can wait for the mantis to show up." The giant eagle and the duckbill beast both sneered and followed them, silently. This escape lasted for more than half a day. In the middle of it, Su Yu used the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole once, consuming almost all of the divine power that he had recovered. Even so, they still couldn't escape the pursuit. After flying for half a day, they were finally caught up. Swoosh! The yellow-robed elder and the obese, middle-aged man blocked Su Yu's way forward and retreat. Both of them were a little surprised and became extremely cautious. "Su, you really had incredible abilities," just as the rumors said. Even with their cultivation, they had almost lost him. If the other party hadn't been seriously injured, Su Yu would have escaped. "Su Yu, you have no way to escape," the yellow-robed elder shouted. "As a citizen of the god realm, you have colluded with the enemies of the wizard tribe. This is a great crime. It is not too late to turn back now." The obese middle-aged man said in a slightly relaxed tone, "If you are willing to go with us, the 2 of us can clarify to the god realm and guarantee your safety." In this regard, Wu Xin was unmoved, and her face was exceptionally cold. "Oh, if I go with you, then you will receive the reward from the 4 great imperial sacred factions?" Su Yu asked. The 2 of them were stunned. They thought that Su Yu was hiding in the Lost Nation and didn't know about the outside world. They didn't expect him to know so much. "Since you know, we are not afraid to tell you. Come with us honestly, and you will suffer less physical pain. Otherwise, there are many people in the god realm who hate you, and they can't wait for us to torture you." Among them, the king of the Xuan nation hated him the most. Su Yu could be said to have destroyed the entire royal family of the Xuan nation, leaving no one alive. With such a deep blood feud, he naturally hated Su Yu to the core. "That depends on whether you have the ability to capture me," Su Yu said. The yellow-robed elder and the obese elder exchanged a look and moved together. They attacked from the front and back, giving Su Yu a thunderous blow that he couldn't resist. Bang! However, at this moment, a figure flickered, his hands forming a seal, and invisible waves of sorcery swept out. The obese, middle-aged man's face was solemn, and he didn't dare to be careless. He took out a piece of the trunk of the soul-stabilizing wood and hung it around his neck. The waves of sorcery immediately weakened a lot. He dealt with it carefully and barely dissolved the sorcery. The obese middle-aged man's face was solemn, and he shouted, "Elder Huang, finish this quickly. This, which is not an ordinary level 3 wizard. She is very dangerous, and I can't hold on for long." Elder Huang's figure did not change. and he went straight to Suyu, saying, "Don't worry. She is at the end of her tether, and I alone can take care of her." Swish! Elder Huang attacked like lightning, and Suyu was easily seized by Elder Huang before he could react. The sharp pain from his shoulder armor made Suyu groan. Elder Huang was stunned that he had easily captured Suyu without any resistance, but he was immediately overjoyed, as if he had caught a great opportunity that belonged to him. "Stop right now, or I will kill him right away," Elder Huang shouted at Wuxin. Wuxin immediately gave up on attacking the obese middle-aged man. Her eyes were anxious, and she shouted coldly, "Let him go! If you dare to hurt him, I, Wuxin, swear that I will never let you leave the lost nation alive." The obese middle-aged man met up with the yellow-robed elder, and his heart was at ease. He said, "Humph, you will have to find us first. Elder Huang, a long night is fraught with trouble. Let's go now." Elder Huang nodded, grabbed Suyu, and rose into the air ready to fly away. However, just as they were about to leave, 3 ferocious and tyrannical breaths descended from the clouds without warning. Looking up, they saw a giant eagle that was half human and half eagle, carrying 2 creatures as it swooped down. The yellow-robed elder and the obese middle-aged man were taken aback. What kind of creature is that? It was neither a god nor a wizard, so they did not know what it was. But no matter what it was, it did not come with good intentions. Formation, defense! The yellow-robed elder and the obese middle-aged man joined forces to put up a defense. Screech! The giant eagle let out a loud screech, and its huge body did not retreat. Instead, it moved forward, cutting through the sky at a faster speed, and swooped down. Crack! The defense they had condensed was shattered in an instant, and the 2 of them were shaken by the giant eagle's power. Suyu, who had been captured by them, slipped out of their hands and was quickly protected by Wuxin. She looked at Suyu with surprise and admiration. She did not believe that Suyu had been captured alive before he could react. Obviously, he had deliberately lured out the 3 ferocious beasts that were chasing him. The 3 ferocious beasts were most likely playing the game of the third party, waiting for both sides to be injured, and then easily cleaning up the situation. Unfortunately, Suyu would not let himself be captured as they wished. In that case, how could they sit back and wait for Suyu to be taken away? Naturally, they had to show up and compete with the 2 strong men of the divine path. The blood demon jumped off the giant eagle, his eyes fixed on Suyu. He said, "Second brother, third brother, you take care of the 2 divine path cultivators. Leave Suyu and the witch to me." Despite being seriously injured, the blood demon still had unparalleled strength. Drip! A drop of dark gray blood flowed from the spine in his palm. The spine seemed to have been stimulated, emitting an even more powerful Azura power. Wuxin's eyes flashed coldly, and she leaped up. "I will stop him. You go down. I will catch up with you later." She could see that it was best not to use the jade tombstone until the critical moment. It was bound to be a weapon that would hurt both sides. She was confident that she could put up a fight against the seriously injured blood demon. Sorcery traversing the world. Wuxin performed the sorcery, and her body split into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. The 8 figures performed the same sorcery at the same time. Deadly curse. This curse was the most advanced sorcery that the mistress of the Saint Lady Temple could practice, and it had the dangerous power to take away one's soul in an instant. Together with the sorcery traversing the world, the 8 of them performed it at the same time, and the power was terrifying. However, the blood demon just held the spine in his hand and swept it across coldly. An unparalleled Azura power swept out, not only wiping out the 8 sorcery at the same time, but also shattering the 8 figures one by one. One of the shattered figures was Wuxin's real body. Her whole body was torn into countless pieces, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. However, at the last moment, a dark gray power emerged from her flesh and blood. reassembling her body and restoring it to a complete body. This was similar to the regenerative power of the octopus, but it was a different approach. However, Wuxin's face was pale, and the sorcery power in her body was exhausted. She was extremely weak and had completely lost the power to fight. It was extremely difficult for her to support her body. She was panting heavily, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. She cast an apologetic look at Suyu. "I'm sorry that I couldn't help you." Suyu walked over, patted her on the shoulder, and said, "It's enough. The fact that you are not dead is the best ending." After saying that, Suyu held the jade tombstone in his hand and stared at the blood demon. "In every sense, you will die here." As he spoke, he crushed the tombstone. With a cracking sound, the tombstone shattered into pieces, but it actually didn't erupt with any powerful force. However, everyone suddenly noticed that there was a fierce and chilling aura nearby, as if an ancient ferocious beast was rapidly awakening from its slumber. Chapter 1424. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky, and the earth trembled inexplicably. The weak creatures within a radius of thousands of miles seemed to have sensed something instinctively and fled in horror. At the end of the world, strange clouds loomed, appearing and disappearing from time to time. The whole world was illuminated in an unpredictable way, giving people a strange feeling. The sudden appearance of a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth meant that a demon must have been born. The blood demon, the giant eagle, and the duckbill beast who were killing the two deities suddenly turned around with surprise in their eyes. "This breath is—" The blood demon's ferocious face was filled with disbelief, and he exclaimed, "Dead soul worm!" A piece of broken tombstone was gradually covered in cracks. The fierce aura was coming from this piece of broken tombstone. Pow! A voice that was not very loud rang out softly. In the roar of thunder, it seemed very weak and almost negligible. However, in the ears of the people present, it was like the sky had collapsed. An extremely evil breath seemed to have swept out from the wild ancient times, causing them to feel an inexplicable sense of panic. It was as if what came out of the palm-sized broken tombstone was not a small creature, but an ancient ferocious beast that could devour heaven and earth. The broken tombstone shattered, revealing a space vortex the size of a thumb hidden inside. From within the space vortex, there was a squeaking sound, and then a pitch-black dot slowly flew out from it. This worm was completely black, and it looked ferocious and ferocious. The most amazing thing about it was that it had an extremely powerful deterrent effect on souls. At least, Suyu's soul felt extreme fear and uneasiness. This was not the first time that Suyu had encountered a similar scene. It really is a dead soul worm. Suyu's eyes lit up. In the demonic dimension, he had obtained a dead soul worm at the level of a middle-level deity who had failed to pass the ordeal. With just a wisp of will, it almost killed the demonic god of 6 paths of level 2. However, the dead soul worm in front of him was in a completely intact state. When Wuxin saw this thing, her face turned extremely pale. The triple morph worm. The dead soul worm was the sorcerer tribe's 3rd watchworm. In the past, it had poisoned the lord of the Holy Saint Temple and the mistress of the Saint Lady Temple. Its poison was so potent that it was feared by the people of the sorcerer tribe. They regarded it as the most terrifying thing in the Azura Forbidden Land. Yes, this is indeed the worm. Its true identity is the dead soul worm. Suyu said, after listening to Wang Qingqin describe the horror of the 3 metamorphosis worm. Suyu thought of a kind of worm, the dead soul worm. He had carefully studied this insect in the ancient records of the God Realm. Its origins were unknown, and it was extremely rare. Even in the ancient era, it was a creature that had almost gone extinct. It was ranked 3rd. Its ranking far surpassed that of the Chaos 5-colored butterfly. Mature dead soul worms had the heaven-defying ability to devour the souls of all living beings. When it was still immature, although its devouring ability was not as strong, it possessed an incomparable poison. If one was bitten by a level 2 deity, they would be poisoned for life. From this point of view, it would be worse than death. It was extremely terrifying. When Suyu learned that the so-called 3 transformation worm possessed a heaven-defying poison that could easily kill a level 3 strong man, he guessed the true identity of the 3 transformation worm. Now it seemed that it was true. Wuxin was surprised. How did you know that this 3 transformation worm, the dead soul worm, was hiding in the jade tombstone? Suyu looked at the small space vortex that had been constructed and said, I have been to the ruins where the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple was buried, but I could not find the remains of the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple. The only explanation is that his remains were used to construct the space vortex. The construction of space was to forcibly open up another space in the original space. In order to prevent the newly created space from being squeezed and shattered by the outside space, it needed to be stabilized. There were many ways to stabilize space, such as using the indestructible bones of strong men. When he realized that the bones of the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple were missing, Suyu speculated that there was a hidden space nearby, which was most likely used by the 3 transformation worm. When his gaze swept across the jade tombstone, Suyu felt a subtle spatial fluctuation, confirming that the 3 transformation worm was hiding in the jade tombstone. In order to prevent Wang Qingqin from waking up the 3 transformation worm without his knowledge and causing a fatal disaster, Suyu calmly asked for the thing. He had wanted to seal it quietly to prevent the dead soul worm from coming out and harming the world. But now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to release it as a trump card to hurt others and himself. There was dead silence all around, and the insects, fish, birds, and beasts seemed to be silent at the same time. The 5 level 3 strong men in the sky were also stiff, not daring to move, staring straight at the dead soul worm in front of them. The dead soul worm shook its wings, as if it had just woken up from a deep sleep and was a little dazed. But soon, a pair of dark red eyes exuded an aura more ferocious than that of the blood demon. Bloodthirst, greed, and ferocious will condense together and shot out from its eyes. At this moment, no one dared to move, because it would be very easy for the dead soul worm to think that it was a provocation. The dead soul worm looked around at the people present with cold eyes, and its bloodthirsty will grew stronger. It had already regarded the people present as its first breakfast after waking up. Suddenly, when it glanced at Suyu, it was startled, and its bloodthirsty eyes were filled with doubt. Next, it spat out the language of insects that others could not understand and squeaked. Surprisingly, Suyu could understand it and responded in the same language. I didn't expect that the dead soul worm would still leave its aura on me. The dead soul worm was asking why Suyu had the aura of its kind on him. Where is it? The dead soul worm seemed a little excited. Suyu said it died a long time ago. It must have failed to break through to become a middle god and fell. The fierce eyes of the dead soul worm flashed a trace of sadness, and it sighed with mixed emotions. Is my sister dead too? I am the only dead soul worm left in this world. Suyu's heart moved. Was that dead soul worm its sister? Xianming Pathmaster, you have caused my dead soul worm lineage to suffer so much. The fierce eyes of the dead soul worm were filled with hatred. I want to be strong. I want revenge. Immediately, its eyes stared coldly at Suyu. Stand still and don't move. I will eat them first, and then I will ask you for details. With that, a black light flashed, and it pounced on the nearest blood demon. The blood demon was horrified and subconsciously raised the spine in his hand in front of him. Crack! To the horror of the blood demon, his spine, which was filled with the boundless power of Azura, was bitten through by the dead soul worm. The power of Azura in the spine was swallowed by the dead soul worm, and the spine was quickly sucked empty. The blood demon was shocked and hurriedly threw away the dead soul worm, retreated with the giant eagle and the duckbill beast, and said in horror, "Go! We are no match for the dead soul worm." Whoosh! How could the giant eagle dare to hesitate? Immediately it flapped its huge wings. Carrying the two of them, quickly flew into the sky and disappeared in an instant. They could not even care about Suyu. From the spine that was thrown on the ground, a black worm covered in blood drilled out, looking even more ferocious and ferocious. It sneered as it looked at the leaving giant eagle, and the other two, spread its wings, turned into black lightning, and suddenly flew away. Before leaving, it stared at the 4 people present and said, "Stand here and don't go. I have remembered your breaths. Don't try to escape my pursuit by luck. There are no more than 3 creatures in the world who are more sensitive to breaths than I am." Suyu had no doubt about this. Back then, he had only been in contact with its sister. However, after such a long time, he did not notice the residual breath on his body, but it detected it at once. Wuxin's face was pale. Facing the dead soul worm with her own eyes, she found that she could not muster any resistance. "Don't move. We still have a chance of survival," Suyu said, his mind constantly turning, thinking of ways to move the dead soul worm. The yellow mountain elder and the fat middle-aged man looked desperate, and their hearts were horrified. The dead soul worm was famous. As the people of the divine path who ruled the Xing River, of course, they knew it. Even if the rulers of the 4 empires encountered this worm, they would be afraid, let alone them. The yellow mountain elder crushed the jade pendant in his sleeve and decisively said, "Reporting to the commander, we have found traces of Suyu. Please send reinforcements quickly." At this moment, they also gave up the idea of taking Suyu for themselves and resolutely decided to ask for reinforcements. Neither side moved. Suyu was seriously injured, and his divine power was weak, so he could not compete with the 2 level 3 deities. The other side was afraid of the dead soul worm and did not dare to act rashly. In this way, time passed bit by bit, and they waited patiently. If the reinforcements came back first, Suyu would definitely die. If the dead soul worm came back first, the yellow-robed elder and the fat middle-aged man would definitely die. At this moment, a sharp scream resounded in the sky. Then a black lightning cut through the sky and swooped down, with the blood demon and the giant eagle standing on it. The dead soul worm did not kill them, and they escaped. However, the blood demon's body was already seriously injured. His body was hollowed out, and only 10% of his vitality was left, barely supporting his movement. However, the giant eagle and the duckbill beast were not seriously injured. As soon as the giant eagle appeared, it pierced the fat middle-aged man and the yellow-robed elder with its sharp claws. The latter was alert and responsive, and he narrowly avoided being hit in the vital parts, but his arm was torn off by the claws. However, the fat middle-aged man was not so lucky. His body and soul were crushed by the claws, and he died on the spot. The yellow-robed elder was shocked. He did not dare to wait for the dead soul worm to return, and he fled in a hurry. The giant eagle sneered and did not chase. The yellow-robed elder only thought that if he gave up on Suyu, the 3 ferocious beasts would let him go. Just as he was about to leave this place, suddenly, from the void in front of him, a giant duck-beak-shaped mouth appeared abruptly from the void and clamped the yellow-robed elder. This clamp caused the yellow-robed elder to be clamped into 2 parts in an instant, and he died with a scream. At this time, the invisible duckbill beast was revealed. It walked in front of Suyu with the giant eagle and the blood demon. The blood demon endured the injury and said fiercely, "Man proposes, God disposes. Your registration trump card has encountered an accident." Accident? Suyu was secretly shocked. With the power of the dead soul worm, how could it encounter an accident? "Second brother, take his life immediately. Don't give him any more chances. This person is too cunning, and we must not give him any chances," the blood demon said decisively. Since the beginning of the fight, Suyu's various tricks and schemes had made him wary. Chapter 1425. "Third brother, you stop that witch," the blood demon ordered. The duckbill beast carried out the order. The giant eagle was slightly dissatisfied, but he still walked toward Suyu, his giant claws suddenly stabbing toward Suyu's head. At this moment, Suyu could not activate the World Annihilation Dragon's reverse scale and was about to be killed on the spot. However, Suyu looked calm and said, "Are you really willing to submit to the blood demon? All the credit belongs to the blood demon alone. But all the hard work is yours. Without you, how could I have caught up with Wang Qingqian so easily? Without you, how could I have caught up with me so quickly? Without you, how could I have protected the seriously injured blood demon?" The giant eagle's claws stopped abruptly, and he shouted in a deep voice, "What do you want to say?" "Oh, you know what I want to say." Suyu's eyes shone with wisdom. The giant eagle shook his head slightly and said, "Don't waste your time. For the sake of the master, I am willing to do everything, even if there is only hard work and no credit." After that, he was about to kill Suyu. However, Suyu said, "Oh, do you really think that the master's coming out of isolation will benefit you? Look, the blood demon, who is your nominal brother, has never treated you as a brother. I think you are more like a subordinate, giving orders at every turn. Who will the master remember when he comes out of isolation? Will he remember you as a subordinate, or the blood demon, the commander?" I said, "I don't care about fame and fortune." The giant eagle said coldly. Suyu said, "But you must care about your life. You are united now because you have a common goal. But if you are still willing to bow down to the blood demon forever after rescuing Master, you may be able to live in harmony, but you will still have a little bit of independence. Do you think that with the blood demon's temperament, it is necessary for him to keep someone like you, whose strength is on par with his, but whose contributions are greater than his?" These words touched the nerves of the giant eagle. He had always been dissatisfied with the status of the blood demon. In terms of strength, he was not much worse than the blood demon, and in terms of credit, he did not lose to him. In order to rescue the master, he swallowed his pride and intended to go his separate ways after rescuing the master. However, Su Yu's words alerted him. No one knew better than him what the blood demon was like. He was cold, cruel, inhuman, and extremely possessive. If he really left the blood demons one day, the blood demons would be afraid of his strength and contributions, and the probability of them killing him would be extremely high. The duckbill beast might be safe, but the blood devil would certainly not tolerate him. At this moment, Su Yu's enticing voice drifted out of his mouth once again. "Now, an opportunity to settle everything once and for all is right in front of you. Not only will it allow you to become the greatest contributor to rescuing my master, but it will also allow you to get rid of your worries. So, why did you turn a blind eye to such an opportunity?" The giant eagle was shocked and shouted, "You want me to betray my brother?" Su Yu shook his head. "No, this is called taking preventive measures. If you don't kill him today, he will surely kill you tomorrow. This is self-defense, and it has nothing to do with betrayal." The giant eagle's eyes flickered. He was deeply moved by Su Yu's words. Blood Demon was currently heavily injured and was at his weakest. If he could get rid of him, then everything would belong to him. Blood Demon laughed angrily. "You want to use words to sow discord between us brothers? Suyu, oh, Suyu, your methods are too childish." Platypus was filled with righteous indignation. While attacking Wu Xan, he said angrily, "Second brother, what are you hesitating for? Could it be that you have fallen into his trap of sowing discord?" After being roared at by both of them, the giant eagle recovered from his hesitation. The hesitation on his face dissipated and was replaced by firmness and determination. He stared at Suyu and said lightly, "I'm sorry, but I can't do as you wish." His sharp claws suddenly stabbed down. However, at the moment when the claws stabbed down, his body suddenly turned around strangely, and his sharp claws turned to stab the defenseless blood demon. The giant eagle's face was filled with madness and ferocity. He sneered and said, "When you need me, you call me second brother and bind me with your brotherhood. When you don't need me, you call me giant eagle and order me as your boss. Blood demon, do you think I'm an idiot?" He's right. You and I are definitely incompatible. Swish! The sharp claws pierced through the blood demon's head, and with a twist, the last trace of vitality of the blood demon was erased. He did not die at the hands of outsiders, but at the hands of his own people. The outcome was so unexpected that no one had expected it. Big Brother Blood Demon. The duckbill beast's eyes were red. He roared and pushed Wu Xin away before pouncing on the giant eagle. "You heartless traitor, I'll kill you." The giant eagle's mouth curved into a sneer. "Third brother, are you a match for me?" With a sweep of his claws, he left a deep, bloody mark on the duckbill beast's chest. The duckbill beast immediately went invisible, trying to kill the giant eagle with his mutated talent. However, the giant eagle just sneered. His sharp eyes seemed to see through everything, and his sharp claws stabbed 30 feet away from his side. Ah! With a miserable howl, the figure of the duckbill beast appeared from his invisibility. Half of his body was pierced by the giant eagle's sharp claws. The duckbill beast said incredulously, "How could you see through my mutated talent? You just mutated your wings and sped up your movements. Who told you that I only mutated my wings? I have a very rare double mutation, and my eyes have also partially mutated. It's more than enough to see through your invisibility talent." The giant eagle sneered and revealed a secret that he had kept hidden for a long time. The duckbill beast looked indignant and said with grief and indignation, "So you've been guarding against us for a long time." The giant eagle had a cruel look in his eyes. "We all know that sooner or later, the 5 of us will disband. Goodbye, third brother." With a shake of his claws, he was about to shatter the duckbill beast's body. However, at this moment, a voice that made his hair stand on end suddenly sounded behind the giant eagle. "Then, I'll also tell you a secret. In fact, I also have a double mutation." The blood demon, whose vitality had been extinguished, suddenly opened his eyes without warning, and a strong vitality burst out from the depths of his body. The giant eagle stiffened and was shocked. "You also—" Before he could finish his words, the blood demon attacked violently, and his sharp palms pierced the giant eagle's chest. At the same time, the power of Azura erupted from his palms, shattering the giant eagle into countless pieces from the inside out. A rain of blood sprinkled all over the blood demon's body, making his already ferocious face look even more terrifying. "Cough, cough!" The blood demon coughed heavily twice and stared at the head of the giant eagle with a grim smile. He said, sarcastically, "My second mutation ability is the immortal body. As long as my body still exists, I can be resurrected once." With a sneer, he crushed the giant eagle's body with one foot and looked at Suyu with a sneer. "I was right. I can't give you any chance to breathe. You're too dangerous." At this moment, he felt that the danger of Suyu's schemes was even more terrifying than the 4,000 divine paths. With a meticulous mind, he could easily see the giant eagle's dissatisfaction with the blood demon with just one look. Then, with a few words, he stabbed the giant eagle's vital point and successfully instigated the giant eagle's rebellion. This ability was really too terrifying. "Duckbill beast, hold that witch, I'll kill him myself." The blood demon yelled and strode toward Suyu. Without hesitation, his sharp claws pierced toward Suyu's chest. However, at this moment, a big mouth clamped down on him without warning. The blood demon was stunned. He looked back and couldn't help but be startled. "Duckbill beast?" The duckbill beast opened its huge mouth and clamped the blood demon tightly, closing it continuously. Under the tremendous pressure, the blood demon's body was squeezed into a crack. The duckbill beast's calm eyes revealed exhaustion and complexity. "I'm sorry, big brother. You betrayed me too?" The blood demon couldn't believe that the duckbill beast, who was fighting desperately for him just now, had betrayed him at the last minute. The dark red eyes of the duckbill beast gradually receded, and a touch of clarity flickered. He said, "Big brother, is it really good to release the master?" With the nature of the master, he treats the common people like ants and treats us like slaves. Back then, there were 10 of us brothers, and 5 of us died in the hands of the master. It was all because he was in a bad mood. Is it really good to release such a master? The blood demon was furious. How dare you question the master? Also, what's wrong with your eyes? Why are they clear and bright? It's not that I'm questioning, but the memories of our 5 brothers were erased. The duckbill beast took out some wizard props, which were the relics of the 5 elders of the Chu clan. Using their props, I suppressed the power of Azura in my body. Some of the erased memories have been recovered, and I have also regained my own sanity. Big brother, we are all controlled by the master, even our thoughts. It's hard for me to believe that such a master won't obliterate us as soon as he comes out of seclusion to prevent us from rebelling after we wake up, said the duckbill beast. The blood demon was startled. Then why didn't you say so earlier? The duckbill beast smiled bitterly. I'm the only one who is in a sober state and remembers what happened in the past. If I say it out loud, the big brother and the other 3 brothers will be controlled immediately and kill me. So, I've been waiting for an opportunity and endured it. The blood demon's expression eased and he said, I see. I trusted the master so much in vain. Duckbill beast, you've done a good job. Leave with the big brother. As he spoke, he tried to pry open the duckbill beast's mouth, meaning to let him down. Unexpectedly, not only did the duckbill beast not let him go, but he suddenly clamped his mouth and crushed his body completely. He said with mixed feelings, Big brother, you don't have to pretend. Your eyes are still blood red, which means that you're still under the master's control. You will never betray the master. If I let you go, I'll end up like the giant eagle. Having failed in his plan, the blood demon no longer concealed himself and roared ferociously, Let me go! You traitor! If the master finds out, he will never forgive you. He bombarded the duckbill beast's huge mouth with all his might, but he was also an arrow at the end of its flight and could do nothing. The duckbill beast sighed deeply. Goodbye, big brother. I should also thank the giant eagle for making you use your hidden mutant talent. Crack! With a muffled sound and a mournful and ferocious scream, the blood demon was clamped to death by the duckbill beast and turned into a rain of blood. Even his soul was crushed. He could not be more dead. A massacre between the brothers came to an end just like that. Even Suyu did not expect that the quietest duckbill beast was the most ruthless among them. Wuxin's eyes flashed, and he was about to attack the duckbill beast. If he was alone, he still had some confidence in killing the duckbill beast. Chapter 14:26. Wuxin raised her eyebrows. In a one-on-one fight, I'm stronger than him. Suyu said, That's because he deliberately showed weakness, because he never used his second mutant talent on you. Wuxin was taken aback. He also has a second mutant talent. I'm afraid so. Except for the 4th and 5th brother, all 3 of them have mutant talents. But it's the one that hides the most, Suyu said lightly. The duckbill beast looked at Suyu with his clear eyes and said, The blood demon was right about you. You are terrible, especially when you are my enemy. Even now, I don't dare to attack you, because before you die, no one knows what other terrifying tricks you have up your sleeves. He looked at Suyu's sleeves with a vigilant look in his eyes. Suyu smiled gently. Is the second talent the fantasy breaker? It can see through everyone's trump cards. The duckbill beast was shocked and nodded. Yes, I have long seen through the double talents of the giant eagle and the big brother, so I never dared to stop them. Now it's all over. Wuxin suddenly understood. If he had the talent to see through others' trump cards, it would be too terrifying. During a fight, the opponent could grasp any state of his body and choose the best time to attack. If he had used the fantasy breaker talent just now, Wuxin would have been killed by him because of a moment of carelessness. Recalling the 2 fights, her every move was under the control of the opponent. Wuxin shuddered. If the opponent wanted to kill her, he might have succeeded twice. What are you going to do? Suyu asked. The duckbill beast was silent for a while and looked in the direction of the Azura Forbidden Land. Go back. The seal of the first level of heaven is still there, so I can only leave temporarily. If I don't return for a long time, I will die." As he spoke, the duck-billed beast absorbed all the relics of the giant eagle, picked out the token, and handed it to Suyu. The seal of the Azura Forbidden Land cannot be broken. There are creatures mutated by the power of Azura inside. Once they break out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Su, you looked surprised. You are trapped in the Azura Forbidden Land. If it were me, I would get this token, unlock the seal of the first level of heaven, and gain freedom. Duck-billed Beast shook his head and looked around. He said meaningfully, "Do you think that the Lost Nation is not a prison?" Just as Suyu was pondering the profound meaning of these words, the duck-billed Beast said, "There are still my people in the Azura Forbidden Lands. I must go back and take care of them. That is the best place for me to return to." Suyu nodded and silently held the badge in his hand. "Please keep this token for yourself. Don't hand it over to the Chu clan that guards the Forbidden Grounds. They have already lost their ancestors' sense of worry. They actually dared to recklessly touch the second heavens restriction and almost caused a great disaster. Such a family clan has already lost the qualifications to guard the Azura Forbidden Land. As for you, you have personally seen the Master and seen how terrifying the Azura Forbidden Land is. I believe you know what to choose." "Sure." Suyu had no intention of returning the badge. "Also, please take care of the control core of the second seal. Don't let it fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, when Master comes out, he will definitely do his best to open the third seal and release the terrifying existence inside." The Azura Forbidden Land was divided into 3 layers. If the second layer sealed that terrifying mysterious monster, then who was sealed in the third layer? Was he the one who was sealed by the wizard ancestor back then? "What is sealed in the third layer?" Suyu asked. The duck-billed beast shook his head. "I don't know. I only know that it is very terrifying. It once inadvertently leaked a trace of its breath, which affected the Great Path rules. 99% of the creatures in the first layer were wiped out." Upon hearing this, Suyu was shocked. A trace of breath could affect the Great Path rules. What kind of existence was this? "Well, I have to go back. Take care of yourselves. Please be sure to stay away from the Azura Forbidden Land and don't set foot here again." The duck-billed beast rose into the air. Just as he was about to leave, he thought of something and said, "By the way, the dead soul worm was chased by a level 2 deity and has escaped. It should have no time to care about you. You can leave quickly." A level 2 deity? Suyu was sure he had not heard it wrong. Wasn't that an existence at the same level as the 4 great empires? How could they appear here? After the duck-billed beast finished speaking, he immediately left and returned to the Azura Forbidden Land. Suyu pondered for a while in the same place, then quickly left with Wuxin's help. Not long after they left, in the river of blood on the ground, the corpse of the yellow-robed old man, which had been caught in 2, squirmed for a while, and a small khaki snake emerged from the corpse. The little snake's whole body radiated yellow light and gradually changed into an old man, who looked exactly like the yellow-robed old man. Fortunately, I managed to escape by shedding my skin at the critical moment. Otherwise, I would have died here today. The yellow-robed old man felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. At that moment, a large black cloud moved in the depths of the sky. The tyrannical breath of dozens of level 3 deities shrouded the area, and countless divine powers intertwined, shocking all the creatures in the surroundings. The yellow-robed old man trembled all over and hurriedly knelt and kowtowed. "The demon general welcomes the commander." Walala, the rolling dark clouds parted, and more than 30 powerful level 3 deities knelt side by side all the way from the dark clouds to the ground, forming a staircase. As everyone knelt to welcome them, the figure of a young man full of defiance slowly walked out of the dark clouds. His appearance was ordinary, and his skin was slightly dark, but his body exuded the defiance of all living beings. It seemed that all injustices could not stop his footsteps. Or rather, everything that stood in his way was wiped out. He was none other than Nitian Hanshing, who led the heaven-defying Empire's army deep in. In front of him, the yellow-robed old man's body was tense, and his breathing was rapid. He looked extremely nervous. "So you left?" Nitian Hanshing glanced at the corpses all over the ground and said indifferently. The yellow-robed old man then explained the ins and outs of the matter one by one. It was intricate and complicated, and the situation had changed drastically several times. It was fascinating to the ears of others, and it made them speechless. But when it fell into the ears of Nitian Hanshing, he was not surprised. "Why didn't you report when Suyu appeared? Why did you only think of me, the commander, when you chased him all the way here?" Nitian Hanshing had a smile on his face, but that smile made the yellow-robed old man tremble all over, and his face was extremely pale. "Did you think that by catching Suyu, you would receive an amazing reward and you would no longer have to obey me, the commander?" Nitian Hanshing asked again, and his smile deepened. The yellow-robed old man hurriedly explained, "It was my lack of consideration. I only wanted to intercept and kill the escaped criminal and hand him over to the commander. I had no intention of taking the reward for myself." "Ha!" Nitian Hanshing laughed out loud and threw out a poisoned dagger from his sleeve. "Those who deceive me die. For the sake of you conquering many tribes, I'll give you a quick death. Don't make me do it myself." After saying that, Nitian Hanshing walked back to the dark clouds. The group of level 3 deities followed him back into the dark clouds. No one looked at the yellow-robed old man, and many of them were his old friends. It was not that they did not want to, but they did not dare to. The yellow-robed old man's face was pale, and he held the dagger in his hand, his eyes full of remorse. The poison on this dagger was specially used to poison souls. Not long ago, he had personally supervised a deputy commander who was at a disadvantage in battle and committed suicide with this dagger. He did not expect that not long after it would be his turn. He raised the dagger and stabbed it into his chest without thinking. He did not dare to resist because the consequences of resistance were even more terrible. Those who went against Nitian Hanshing's will had never had a good ending. Not a single one. The poison entered his body, and the yellow-robed old man died immediately without any pain. On the dark clouds, Nitian Hanshing glanced at the silent crowd and said lightly, "Everyone, take this as a warning." Yes, the deputy commanders did not even dare to breathe. Nitian Hanshing did not take it seriously at all when he sentenced a meritorious minister to death. He said, "Since our whereabouts have been discovered, let's act immediately." "Yes, Fan capital in the underground courtyard." Shuang looked anxious. "His injuries are so serious." Wuxin said, "Don't worry, his injuries are not serious, and he will recover in half a day." Shuang looked at her with a complicated expression. "This trip is all thanks to you. Without you, he may not have returned safely." Hearing that, Wuxin smiled bitterly. "To be precise, even without me, he could have escaped unscathed. His various methods, his various schemes, all made Wu Exen slap the table in praise. As the duckbill beast said, before Suyu was completely dead, no one knew what other terrible tricks he had up his sleeves. "Follow me back to the Saint Lady Temple. I believe the mistress has forgiven you," Shuang said. Wuxin shook her head, and there was a touch of relief in her eyes. "The wizard tribe is no longer a place for me. I want to go to the god realm to have a look." Knowing that she had made up her mind, Shuang no longer tried to persuade her. He said, "Wait for Suyu to come out of isolation, and we'll talk about it after we meet." Wuxin looked at Shuang and said with a faint smile, "I'll leave more opportunities for the two of you. I hope you get what you want." Shuang's handsome face blushed. "You misunderstood. I didn't. Hee. You better take care of yourself. An outstanding man like Suyu is hard to come by. If you can obtain his heart, it would be a great blessing for you." Wuxin calmly smiled, then walked away. Shuang bit his lip, and the blush on his face deepened. Inside the secret chamber, Su Yu took out the giant eagle's belongings. It was the giant eagle who killed Chulong, so all of Chulong's belongings were in the giant eagle's belongings. After a thorough inspection, he found Chulong's space ring. With some anticipation, Su Yu scanned it with his soul and was immediately overjoyed. The 10,000 soul stone for crafting the cosmos sword formation. All the materials needed to craft the world annihilation plate were here. The materials needed to craft many weapons of the ancient civilization were dazzling. Although Chulong did not think that he would lose, with Lingwu present, he had no choice but to put on an act to get the good materials. Su Yu was completely at ease. He finally had no worries. I'll craft it patiently when I return to the forbidden land of the epic-making dragon, Su Yu secretly planned. Then, Su Yu took out the crystal ball and the token. Both of them were the key to unlocking the seal of the Azura Forbidden Lands. He couldn't afford to lose them. Su Yu put them all into the 9 jade spiritual pearl for safekeeping. Looking at the power of Azura gradually dissipating in his body, Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief and allowed his body to recover on its own. In his mind, he was practicing the second style of the heaven-fighting 3 strokes, the ultimate style. Chapter 14:27. The so-called boundless fighting was only manifested when one was on the brink of life and death. The boundless fighting could not be manifested until the moment of life and death. Do I need a more dangerous life and death experience? Su Yu took a light breath. He had almost died in the battle with the blood demon, but that was not enough to stimulate the boundless fighting will. Wanting to cultivate the second style, the danger was not just any ordinary high. But where can I find such a dangerous experience? Su Yu pondered. Did he have to go to the Azura Forbidden Lands again to fight against the mysterious monster sealed in the second level of heaven? Su Yu shook his head slightly. The monster was unimaginably powerful. Now was not the time for Su Yu to provoke it. As Su Yu was pondering, Shuang's slightly nervous voice came from outside the door. Brother Su, an invitation has arrived. Su Yu stopped training and opened the stone door. It's from the Chu clan, isn't it? How did you know? Shuang asked in surprise, holding a red invitation. The words Chu clan were written on the invitation. This is, after all, the Chu clan's territory, and no matter how well we hide, we can't hide forever. Moreover, I've already appeared twice, so it won't be difficult for them to track our hiding place. Su Yu took the invitation, then said calmly, I'm afraid that they aren't willing to give up. They had already heard about the death of Chu Boang and Chulong. Such a large family would not lack treasures like the life card. Brother Su, let's go quickly. I don't think this invitation is friendly, Shuang said. Su Yu looked around the house and said, Do you think that with the way the Chu clan does things, they will give us a choice? Shuang was startled. He calmed his heart and sensed it. Sure enough, he found some hidden, weak sorcery energy. Are we surrounded? Shuang raised his eyebrows. Kalen thought for a moment. If we rush out now, we'll be exposed. Maybe the Chu clan will blame us for the deaths of the clan master and the heir, who asked us to abscond to avoid punishment. The 2 girls looked at each other and realized that they had to go whether they wanted to or not. Haha, let's go. It's good to visit the Chu clan, apart from explaining the deaths of Chulong and Chu Boang. There's something else I need to remind them about. Su Yu had not forgotten about the encounter with the soldiers from the God Realm in the underground cave. That place was less than 3 days away from Fan Capital. It was not a good sign for enemies from the deity realm to get close to the city. With the invitation in hand, Su Yu and the 2 women arrived at the Chu clan. It was still the same extravagant mansion as before, but the difference was that the mansion was gloomy and suffused with a tense atmosphere. With the death of the clan leader and clan leader's successor at the same time, the Chu clan was like a group of dragons without a leader. All the clan elders coveted the position of clan leader, and the tension between them grew. How could they not be nervous? They were quickly received into the reception hall. Two extremely old and extremely powerful clan elders were waiting for them with 10 elders of the third heavenly layer in the clan. As soon as Suyu stepped in, he felt a strong sense of pressure and hostility. Shui was secretly vigilant, and Kaelin was also tensed up, ready to resist at any time. However, Suyu looked calm. He randomly chose a place to sit down and said, "I came here with an invitation not to be judged." Of the two clan elders, one was completely blind, and the other had no left arm. At their level of cultivation, they were unable to restore their bodies. It was obvious that the injuries they had suffered in the past were extremely serious. They must have been people who had experienced great danger. The blind elder said indifferently, "I invited you here today to inquire about the whereabouts of the Chu clan leader and clan leader successor. If I have neglected you, please forgive me." His words were polite, but there was not the slightest hint of apology on his face. The one-armed elder stared at Suyu and said, "I believe you can understand how we feel. Now, it is the two of us who are suppressing the anger of our people. If you know anything, tell us as soon as possible." Upon hearing that, Suyu smiled lightly. "Anger? Whose anger was it directed at? Is it me?" The blind elder and the one-armed elder said in unison, "What do you think?" From their tone, it was not difficult to hear their resentment. Suyu chuckled. "So, you blame the deaths of the clan leader and clan leader on me. Do you think that I killed them?" Seeing that Suyu was not remorseful at all and was speaking in such a tone, the older clan elders could still keep their composure. However, the younger one could not help but rebuke him angrily. "If you didn't kill them, who else could it be? Everyone died, but only you came back. How dare you say that all of this has nothing to do with you?" Suyu looked at the young man who had spoken calmly. "Yes, it has nothing to do with me. If I dare to say that, what can you do about it?" The fact that the young man could appear in front of so many clan elders meant that he had an extraordinary status. Upon being provoked by Suyu, he flew into a rage. "How dare you? You killed the clan leader and clan leader of the Chu clan, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Swoosh! Before he could finish his harsh words, Suyu shot him a cold look. "What are you going to do? Are you going to fight me one-on-one, or a group fight with me?" The young man who had flown into a rage was suddenly speechless. Suyu's strength was obvious. How could he be a match for him one-on-one? If it was a group fight, even the clan elders had not spoken. Who was he to make such a decision? "Since you can't decide anything, then shut up. This is a place for me and your clan elders. You have no right to speak." Suyu was young, but his status was on an equal footing with the many elders of the Chu clan. It was really unconvincing. But so what if he was unconvinced? He had the right to speak. The young man was arrogant and was about to retort when the blind elder stopped him. "Chu Wen, you have no right to speak here." It was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. Naturally, Chu Wen would not be allowed to continue provoking the atmosphere. Chu Wen shut his mouth and stared at Suyu with hatred. Only then did the blind elder speak. "Then tell us, how did the clan leader and clan leader of the Chu clan die? Why are you the only one who came back? If you can't give us a clear explanation, the Chu clan's anger will no longer be suppressed." Hearing the threat in his words, Suyu laughed coldly. "Your anger? Ha ha ha. This Su's fury still has nowhere to vent." It would have been fine if he had not said it. As soon as he said it, everyone was furious. It was their clan leader and clan leader who died. No matter how angry they were, it was not Suyu's turn to be angry. Who do you think sent people to secretly change the restrictions of the Azura Forbidden Lands, to lure out the 3 mutated ferocious beasts, and Chubawang was captured alive and sacrificed? Who do you think sent the 3 clan elders to ambush and kill Lingwu? Who do you think used the token to change the restrictions of the first level of the Azura Forbidden Lands, and released the 3 mutated ferocious beasts. Who do you think caused me to be chased by 3 ferocious beasts from the Azura Forbidden Lands to the outside world? At first, everyone looked disdainful, staring at Suyu's self-justifying story as if they were watching a good show. But when they suddenly heard that Chubawang was sacrificed, they were shocked. But the 2 elders were even more shocked by the big secret that Suyu had revealed. The clan leader had changed the seal of the Forbidden Lands without authorization. This was a disaster that could lead to the extinction of the entire clan. If this matter horrified them, then the next thing made them gasp. The clan leader had sent 3 elders to kill the sect leader's Lingwu. This was considered a rebellion. These 2 things were enough to plunge the Chu clan into an abyss of eternal damnation. The anger of the people present instantly turned into cold sweat, and they were terrified. Don't slander the Chu clan without evidence. The blind elder and the one-armed elder shouted in unison, their imposing manner pressing down like a mountain. Suyu sneered and waved his hand in the air. An image of the convergence of divine power appeared in front of them. It was the scene of Chulong and the 3 elders attacking Lingwu and killing him. The entire hall was silent as they stared at the scene without blinking. Cold sweat covered their foreheads. After a long time, there was the sound of someone swallowing hard. The blind elder and the one-armed elder's momentum weakened, and they said, This was the decision of the clan leader and the 3 elders. We didn't know anything about it. Suyu glanced at the crowd coldly, and then showed the scene of Chulong being killed by the giant eagle, as well as the scene of Chubawang being sacrificed. After reading it, the aggressive Chu clan immediately became silent. Indeed, as Suyu said, their deaths had nothing to do with Suyu. Do you have anything else to say? Suyu said coldly. The elders were silent. Although the younger generation was unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Chu Win, on the other hand, harbored resentment in his heart. Seeing that everyone was silent, he argued, A bunch of nonsense. It's true that the 3 ferocious beasts appeared, but what evidence do you have to prove that we did it? Suyu glanced at him and asked, I would like to ask, for hundreds of millions of years, there has never been a situation where the ferocious beasts went out. Why was there a mistake in this competition? Also, do you want me to show you the images of the 5 elders who died in the Azura Forbidden Lands? They had nothing to do with the competition, but they ran into the Forbidden Lands in advance. Do you think you can justify this? The muscles on Chu Wen's cheeks squirmed, and he tried to argue, but he was stopped by the one-armed elder, who said, The death of the clan leader and the young master is not your fault, but... The one-armed elder's eyes were cold. You took the resources of the Chu clan. Shouldn't you hand them over? Hearing this, the blind elder's face gradually became stern, and the people in the hall also showed a shrewd look. Suyu sneered. This was the real purpose of the invitation. Chulong and Chubawang were dead. As for how they died, it didn't matter. What mattered was that the amazing resources that Chulong carried with him had fallen into Suyu's hands. That 1/10 of the resources were the foundation of the Chu clan, and there was absolutely no reason for it to fall into the hands of outsiders. Chu Wen said, Yes, hand over the resources. Suyu looked at the crowd and said, First, are the resources in my hands? Second, even if they are in my hands, I won the competition and they are what I deserve. Don't tell me that your clan leader's words in front of the Moonwatch sect master can't represent the Chu clan? Chu Wen sneered. He already had a plan in mind. Clan leader Chu's promise is certainly true, but he is already the previous clan leader, and he can no longer represent the Chu clan. Now the Chu clan is asking for the resources back, and it is only natural. As for whether the resources are in your hands, humph. That's easy, just let us search you. Chapter 1428. Shuang said, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. How dare you ask for the promised bet back, just because of the death of the clan master? Kaylin also said, scornfully, the Chu clan style of doing things is really clear. Are they all the same, young and old? Chu Wen frowned when he heard that. He waved his hand and whipped sorcery power at Kaylin and Shuang. I'm talking to Suli. Who do you think you are? How dare you interrupt and mock my Chu clan? Bang! However, just as the sorcery energy was about to strike, Su Yu's figure suddenly flashed like thunder and struck out, forcibly dispersing the sorcery energy. At the same time, a touch of divine energy came out of his body and hit Chu Wen. Poof! With a muffled sound, Chu Wen's body was badly mutilated, especially his mouth. The elders on both sides were furious. They immediately caught Chu Wen and treated his wounds. They said angrily, "How dare you hurt the people of the Chu clan?" Su Yu said coldly, "You should thank me for showing mercy. I can forgive him for offending me several times, but he is courting death if he dares to offend the people around me." Su Yu said indifferently, "If you want to give it a try, I don't mind challenging all of you." His arrogant words aroused the anger of the elders. A powerful level 3 aura surged forth like a torrent. Su Yu was not afraid. He rolled up his sleeves and protected Shuang and Kaylin behind him. He laughed and said, "All right, I didn't have a good time killing in the Forbidden Land. Since you guys are courting death, I won't hold back." Boom! 4,000 divine paths were unleashed, and the 9-colored light condensed into countless beams of light, scattering in all directions. Boom! In an instant, the huge palace was shattered by the impact of the divine light. The protective seals inside the palace were like paper in the face of the divine light, instantly breaking apart. The first to bear the brunt of the attack were the 4 elders who were at the forefront. They were caught off guard and were severely injured by the terrible divine path. Their bodies were shattered, and only their souls escaped. The rest of the elders were also injured by the divine light and hurriedly retreated in shock. The only ones who were unscathed were the blind clan elder and the one-armed clan elder. However, they were also extremely shocked. Compared to Su Yu's performance at the Saint Lady's son-in-law selection, 3,000 divine paths had become 4,000. That power had increased by several levels. Even Chulong, the lord of the Holy Saint Temple, and Lingwu, the 3 peerless experts, were wary of the 3,000 divine paths, let alone 4,000 divine paths. The 4 elders, who only had their souls left, were so frightened that they hid underground, not daring to appear in front of Su Yu again. With merely a single exchange of blows, he had destroyed the Chu clan's main hall, killed 4 Chu clan's elders, and injured 7 to 8 others. The entire place was a mess. They had never expected such an outcome. Glancing at the 4 souls that had fled into the ground, Su Yu said coldly, "Trying to escape?" A streak of divine light appeared in his hand and transformed into a long spear. It pierced through the ground toward the soul, hidden deep underground. The expressions of the blind elder and the single-armed elder changed drastically. They hurriedly yelled, "Stop!" Both of their faces were filled with deep anger. The single-armed elder bellowed, "How could you be so vicious as to attack them like this?" Su Yu sneered, "You besieged me first, and now I can't even retaliate? What godly logic?" The blind clan elder sighed. "Mr. Su, we wanted to reason with you, but since you have attacked us, I have no choice but to resort to this." Dong! With a deafening sound, a giant drum was carried out from the depths of the Chu clan's mansion. The drum's skin was golden, and it contained unparalleled power. Shuang's pupils shrank slightly. This is the Chu clan's divine artifact, the demon subduing drum. It was personally passed down by the wizard ancestor to kill the ferocious beasts that escaped from the Azura Forbidden Lands. Its power is comparable to a blow from a level 2 strong man. Hearing that, Su Yu only smiled faintly. "You did reason with me. There is no limit to your shamelessness. The demon subduing drum? Haha, you have to be able to activate it first." Swish! A pitch-black, token appeared in Suyu's palm. The token resonated with the demon, subduing drum, from afar. The demon, subduing drum, sensed the appearance of the token. The golden drum's skin vibrated cheerfully, releasing a layer of golden light that enveloped Suyu and the token in his hand. Master! The blind clan elder and the single-armed elder's faces changed drastically. Shuiying was pleasantly surprised. He could not help but burst into laughter. So the master's token is in Brother Su's hands. The demon subduing drum only recognizes the token and not the owner. Whoever has the token will be the master of the clan. This demon subduing drum has been refined by the wizard ancestor. It will never attack anyone from the Chu clan, let alone the master. Shuiying was overjoyed that the demon subduing drum was no longer a threat. His eyes gleamed coldly. Let's reason with each other now. Let's see who has the bigger fist. He was about to strike when Suyu stopped him. Don't be fooled. They still have something up their sleeves. The blind clan elder and the single-armed elder each took out half of a jade pendant. When the two pieces were combined into one, the aura of the wizard ancestor burst forth from the jade pendant. A deep sense of threat descended upon the surroundings. This is a treasure left behind by the wizard ancestor to guard our bloodline. If you have the ability to resist it, try it. I'll definitely turn you into ashes. The blind clan elder bellowed. Suyu glanced at him indifferently and went straight to the point. If this item was really that powerful, you would have taken it out a long time ago. The attack range of this item is very limited, isn't it? Am I right? The blind clan elder raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a hint of panic in his heart. I've guessed it right, Suyu said calmly. The blind clan elder and the single-armed elder's faces changed, becoming extremely ugly. They bellowed. Everyone disperse now. Do not return until the clan is safe. The jade pendant could only protect the lives of the two of them, but it could not protect everyone else. The clansmen mourned. The Chu clan had been forced into such dire straits that they had to flee for their lives. However, just as they had a premonition that something bad was about to happen and were feeling remorseful, Suyu, who was like a god of slaughter, withdrew his divine light expressionlessly and said indifferently, "There must be something hateful about a pitiful person. What's hateful about you is that you can't change your nature. Now that the patriarch and young patriarch have fallen, what you should do is to sum up the failures of the previous patriarch and learn from them, not to think of ways to obtain wealth. Looks like Chu Long's death didn't teach you enough of a lesson. I think you'll only understand this when you pay with your own blood. Why did Chu Long die? In order to protect the resources, he did not hesitate to change the restriction, but in the end he was killed by 3 ferocious beasts. He deserved it. On the other hand, the Chu clan that lost Chu Long did not learn their lesson at all. Not only did they not reflect, they even became even more determined to take back their resources. Disappointment flashed across his face, and Suyu sighed. The duckbill beast is right. The guardian family is no longer worthy of its name, and has fallen to the level of an ordinary family. Shaking his head, Suyu turned around and walked out of the city. He had no intention of starting a massacre. Shuiying was a little unwilling. Are we going to let them go just like that? They're bent on killing us. I only attacked to teach them a lesson. Do I really have to start a massacre? Suyu said indifferently. The situation is too chaotic now, and the enemies of the God Realm can invade at any time. If we kill them all, who will protect the innocent people of Fan Capital? Shuiying's eyes lit up, and the reflection of Suyu in her eyes became even more heroic. If Suyu started a massacre, it would certainly be satisfying, but was a man who killed like a madman really worthy of a woman's love? Soaring into the air, Suyu looked back at them and said indifferently, "Besides, you'd better strengthen your defenses. I found traces of the enemies of the God Realm in the Black Wood Forest. I believe the war is not far away." Having said that, Suyu took the 2 women and flew away. The Chu clan was silent for a long time, feeling humiliated. Damn it! Relying on his tyrannical strength, he wantonly injured the elders of the Chu clan and destroyed our mansion. Yes, he has gone too far. Elders, please write a letter to the sect master immediately and ask him to make a decision. Forgiveness without killing was not exchanged for gratitude, but even deeper hatred. The blind elder and the one-armed elder were full of hatred. They snorted and kept their jade pendants. Clean up the ruins. This matter must be kept secret. Whoever leaks the news and ruins the reputation of the Chu clan will be severely punished, the one-armed elder yelled. After giving the order, he said to the blind elder, "Whether the news that the brat told us before he left is true or not, I think we should take it seriously." The blind elder nodded. "Yes, we have lost contact with many tribes. If I am not mistaken, most of them have been destroyed by the God Realm Great Army." The one-armed elder's eyes turned. "Old Luo, your eyes are not good. Why don't you give me half of your command? That way, we can integrate the troops to the greatest extent." Hearing that, the blind elder sneered. "Although I am blind, my hands are not broken. Why don't you give me your command? I was the one who led the troops to war in the past, and I am better at this than you." "Humph! Won't you be the only one in the clan, then?" the one-armed elder said. The blind elder asked, "If you get all the command, won't you be the only one in power?" The one-armed elder was annoyed. "Fine, if you don't trust me, then so be it. We will each lead the troops, and no one will hinder the other. That's for the best." "Humph!" The blind elder flicked his sleeves and left. The two parted on bad terms at the critical juncture. 2 days later, in the Blackwood Forest at the Chu clan station, Sue, you arrived on the Wizard Phoenix with the 2 ladies to return the beast. As always, this was a safe base for the wizards. It was bustling with activity, and people came and went. When Suyu passed by an alley, he could not help but stop. He recalled the day he saw the saint handing a scroll to a black-robed man from the god realm. He had always kept that in mind and guessed what the scroll was. Was the saint still using the people of the god realm to cultivate the so-called forbidden technique? With doubts in mind, Suyu came to the place where the wizard phoenix was staying. It was a garden rich in sorcery energy, very suitable for the wizard phoenix to rest. Where are the soldiers stationed? Shuang looked around. Loaning out the wizard phoenix was an important source of income for the garrison. There were trusted aides of the garrison at all times. Why was there no sign of them now? Kaylin narrowed her snowy eyes and stared the garden. "Slowly," she said. "Not only the soldiers stationed here, but even the remaining wizard phoenixes are gone. It's impossible to rent out all of these military flying ferocious beasts. There should be at least 10 of them left." Upon hearing that, Shuang also realized that something was wrong. "Yes, there were more than 30 of them left the last time we came. How could they all be loaned out in just half a month?" All of a sudden, a faint smell of blood drifted into the noses of the 2 ladies. Their faces changed slightly, but Suyu had already urged the wizard phoenix to fly up again. He sighed. "The worst thing we expected has finally happened. Leave this place quickly. Something big is going to happen." Chapter 14:29. Although they were confused, they still listened to Suyu and prepared to jump onto the wizard phoenix and use the flying magical beasts to leave. However, Suyu stopped them and said, "Wait." As he spoke, he summoned a clone and jumped onto the wizard phoenix. Under the control of the clone, the wizard phoenix quickly took off, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the sky. However, soon after, when they were out of sight, Suyu felt a slight pain between his eyebrows and his face darkened. The clone has been destroyed, and the wizard phoenix has been killed. The 2 women understood Suyu's intention and were shocked. "Is there a strong enemy stopping us from leaving?" Suyu took a deep look at the garden, smelling the faint smell of blood, and shook his head. "To be precise, it is to prevent any creatures from leaving the station. This place has become a dangerous place that can only be entered but not exited. The two women were stunned and shocked. Who did it? Who dares to attack the station of Fan Capital? This is openly making an enemy of the wizard tribe. Suyu said, "Isn't there one openly making an enemy of the wizard tribe in front of us?" Shuiying was horrified and exclaimed, "Impossible! How could the advance of the enemy from the god realm be so fast? Outside Fan Capital, there are tens of thousands of tribes surrounding it. It is impossible for them to bypass the tribes and directly attack Fan Capital." Su Yu's expression was still solemn as he said, "There is nothing impossible in this world. I have seen Nitin Hanqing use his troops. They are mysterious and unpredictable. If he personally leads the army, it would not be surprising for them to attack Fan Capital." He thought of the weapon from the god realm in the cave and was even more convinced that Nitin Hanqing had arrived outside Fan Capital. But why did they disperse their forces to besiege the station? Kalen thought. Su Yu's eyes flashed. Isn't it simple? Where is Fan Capital? The vast and boundless Blackwood forest was isolated in the middle, and there was no help in all directions. The only way to ask for help was to go through these garrisons and ask for help from the nearest Xinjing. Destroying the station will cut off Fan Capital's call for help and destroy them in despair. Hearing this, the two women's expressions became extremely ugly. Clap, clap. At this moment, in a dark alley, a figure in a black robe stepped out. His aura was also integrated into the darkness. He clapped his hands and could not hide his admiration. "Su Yu is indeed worthy. I thought you would panic and use the wizard phoenix to leave, and then be ambushed and killed. You didn't. To be honest, I am not disappointed, because this is the person who defeated me." Shuiying and Kalen suddenly looked at him, and their expressions changed slightly. Shuiying's eyes were even more serious as she said, "Saint." As for Suyu, he didn't look surprised at all, and he said calmly, "So you're still here." The black-robed man took off his hat and revealed the true face of the Son of God. He smiled faintly and said, "To be precise, I just came back not long ago." "Well, I probably returned to the station when you returned to Fan Capital." Suyu squinted his eyes. "So, when I found you that day, you also noticed me and you have been following me all this time?" You said, "Suyu I, you I, and you I, of you I, and I you and you, of you I, of you I, you and I, of. Su Yu said calmly, "Then you should have seen me at my weakest. But you did not take the opportunity to attack me. I have underestimated you." The Holy Sun chuckled. "That's because I also think that Duckbill Beast's words are not wrong. Before you're completely dead, no one knows if you still have more terrifying tricks up your sleeve. I don't want to follow in the footsteps of those 3 fierce beasts." Walking out of the alley, Zhao Tianyin talked to them with interest. "You didn't show up just to catch up with me, did you?" "So you said." Zhao Tianyin shook his head. "Between you and me, there is only hatred, no old friendship. I showed up because I want someone who can work together to break out of the siege. Although I hate to admit it, you are the most suitable candidate." He continued, "The same goes for you. In this base, the best partner you can find is me." It was now certain that the station was surrounded, and the number and strength of the strong men were unknown. Breaking out of the siege was a must, but the only thing to consider was who to break out of the siege with. Now, it seemed that Zhao Tianyin was indeed the most suitable candidate. There was no need to doubt the strength of his strength. They were enemies, but in the face of a common danger, they could only fight together. "How much do you know about them?" So you went straight to the point. Zhao Tianyin smiled and said, "Since we are working together, of course I will not be stingy with information. First of all, they have spies in the station, such as the guard stationed in the Wizard Phoenix Garden. The remaining 30-odd Wizard Phoenixes were all poisoned to death by him alone. He fled the station half a day ago. Secondly, thousands of miles away, they set up many large magical weapons that I have never seen before. They are extremely powerful. I saw with my own eyes a level 4 wizard who was blasted into dust by a giant cannon without the slightest resistance. His body and soul were destroyed. With the power of that giant cannon, if I were in his shoes, I believe the outcome would not be much different. At this point, Zhao Tiannin's face became much more solemn. Suyu, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look on his face. Large, magical weapons that he had never seen before. Cannons. Finally, I found out that they have experts guarding in all 8 directions, and there is a level 3 deity in each direction. That's not scary. What's scary is that they have an army under them, and there are 3 cannons in the army that I mentioned. If we were to break out of the encirclement and get locked on, the cannons would be able to kill us instantly. Suyu rubbed his chin. You mean to say that we should either sneak in quietly or force our way through with the force of a thunderbolt and not give them the chance to use the giant cannons? Exactly, Zhao Tianyin said. However, it's not that easy to sneak in. I have been discovered several times when I tried to investigate the situation. No matter how well I hide, it's of no use. I believe there is a large sensing formation there. Whoever tries to sneak in will be discovered immediately. Force their way through? Suyu was deep in thought. He stared at Zhao Tianyin and said, Since you want to join forces with me, do you already have a plan? Zhao Tianyin smiled confidently. Of course. My plan is to create a diversion. The northwest and the north are 1,000,000 miles apart. The 2 groups of people can support each other at any time. If we attack the northwest with our powerful sorcery, what will the people in the north do? Zhao Tianyin asked. Suyu pondered. I guess they will bide their time. Zhao Tianyin looked at him approvingly. Exactly. They will bide their time. Every group of people will perform their duties. They will not let their guard down just because there are problems in the other directions. Shuiying tilted his head. If that's the case, what's the point of creating a diversion? Zhao Tianyin looked at him strangely. There was a hint of familiarity in his eyes. However, the thought flashed past his mind. He said, What if the west is also attacked? The southwest, southeast, east, northeast, all 8 directions will be attacked at the same time. Do you think the people in the south will be able to hold back? Shuiying's eyes gradually brightened. Are you trying to create the illusion that the blockade has been broken to confuse the guards in the south? Zhao Tianyin smiled without saying a word. Kaylin said, This is a brilliant plan. It can be said to create a diversion in 7 directions and attack in 1 direction. The problem is, how can we make all 7 directions suffer a strong attack at the same time? How can we make the people in the south think that the other 7 directions have fallen? After all, the distance between them is not far, and they can all communicate with each other through the communication jade pendant. Zhao Tianyin said, Have you forgotten that I am proficient in the highest sorcery of the wizard tribe, the sky-flipping style? Using the law of time, I can temporarily freeze time in 7 directions, creating the illusion that all 7 directions have been destroyed by terrible strongmen in an instant and no information can be transmitted. In this way, the best-case scenario for the guards in the south will be a retreat, and the worst-case scenario will be chaos. Our chances of breaking through will be greatly improved. After thinking about it carefully, the plan was indeed feasible. If everything was carried out according to the plan, the success rate was as high as 90%. Let's not waste time. Let's act now before they besiege us, Suyu said. Zhao Tianyin's eyes lit up. All right, as long as we cooperate well, I believe it will not be a problem to force our way out. The 4 of them immediately discussed the specific plan. When they were done, they circled around the hidden corner of the outpost and left quietly. The people in the outpost did not notice them at all. The guard in the south, Guocheng, was one of the valiant generals under Nietian Hanqing. Not only was his strength outstanding, but he had also been praised by Nietian Hanqing many times for his military tactics. The south was the direction of escape to the Saint capital, and it was of utmost importance. Therefore, Guo Cheng was assigned to guard it. On this day, Guo Cheng received news from the southwest that a wizard phoenix had been shot down as it was preparing to escape the outpost. The soldiers who went to search for it only found the corpse of the wizard phoenix, but no remains of the living creature it was carrying. Upon receiving the news, Guo Cheng's eyes shone with a profound light as he looked in the direction of the outpost. At that moment, a communication jade pendant on the table in front of him rang urgently. Guo Cheng opened the jade pendant, and an anxious voice came immediately. There are strong men trying to break through the outpost. 2 level 3 wizards, 1 strong man of the God Realm, and 1 is Su Yu. It is Su Yu, wanted by the 4 great empires. Guo Cheng was shocked and immediately sent a message back. Su Yu, are you sure it is him? However, the other side suddenly fell into dead silence, and there was no reply. Guo Cheng's face turned solemn. Could it be at that moment something unexpected happened? The other 6 positions were attacked, one after another. Those positions were only sent an emergency message, and contact was immediately cut off, as if they had suffered a destructive blow. After catching up with the 7 jade pendants, there was dead silence. The 2 men behind Guo Cheng stopped, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat, and their faces were extremely pale. It was acceptable to lose contact with the guards in one position, but to lose contact with the guards in all 7 positions, could it be an extremely terrifying and powerful enemy, such as the Moonwatch sect, master personally attacking and eliminating them almost at the same time? Even the experienced Guo Cheng was shocked at the moment. The soldiers nearby were even more terrified, and their hearts were beating violently. They were the only position that had not been attacked, but according to the order of the 8 positions, they would be next. Right at that moment, for figures shrouded in sorcery energy and divine light broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. The great pressure produced by the 4 of them was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely crushing the panicked soldiers. Chapter 1430. Even Guo Cheng, who had been in the army for many years, could not help but feel nervous at this moment. The army was defeated like a landslide. At this moment, the morale of the army was in chaos. They had already lost 3 points before facing the enemy head-on. He hesitated. Should he lead the army to retreat and preserve their strength so that they would not be destroyed, or should he persist and fight to the death here? Just as he was hesitating, one of his soldiers suddenly walked up to Guo Cheng. His eyes were filled with an inexplicable, dark, gray mist. His eyes were empty and lifeless. Guo Cheng's eyes narrowed. Sorcery possession technique? As he spoke, he was about to kill the soldier who was possessed by sorcery. The soldier suddenly spoke. The voice was that of the saint. General Guo, please wait. I am here to give you a big gift. The saint said. Guo Cheng stopped his attack, but was extremely cautious. He shouted coldly, "Who are you? When did you possess my subordinate?" Before he left my sight, it should have been 2 days ago, right? Did you possess him at that time? The saint said, "It doesn't matter who I am, and it doesn't matter when I possessed him. The important thing is that I have brought you Su Yu a great gift. If you capture or kill him alive, how generous will the reward be?" Hearing this, Guo Cheng's eyes flashed with wisdom. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is very simple. The chaos you see now is a trap set by us. The guards in the 7 directions were not destroyed at all, but we used special means to prevent the transmission. They are all fine, and there is no absolute master." Guo Cheng's eyes shone, and he believed most of it. Combined with the previous transmission from the southwest, the downed wizard phoenix was only found with the corpse of the wizard phoenix, but the person who rode it could not be found. It was obvious that it was a test. If he really had the ability to destroy them easily, why would there be a need for a test? Wouldn't it be better to just barge in? Su Yu and his 2 companions, as well as a puppet that I am controlling in secret, are coming for you. Whether or not you can grasp this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is up to you. The grayish color in the soldiers' eyes gradually receded, and the effects of the possession gradually faded. But before it ended, the saint said one last time, "Let me remind you, the current Suyu is not who he used to be. You may not be a match for him alone." After that, the possession was completely lifted. At the same time on the table, the messages from the 7 garrisons arrived belatedly. They all said that the enemy retreated after one attack, and that the people in the south must not be fooled. Guo Cheng's heart calmed down as he stared fixedly at the 4 figures approaching from the horizon. Among them, the silver-haired youth was the focus of Guo Cheng's attention. This person was a wanted criminal of the 4 great empires. If he was captured alive, the reward would be incomparably generous. His eyes became heated, and he wanted to take Suyu for himself. However, he would never forget Lao Huang's fate a few days ago. He had committed suicide because he had failed to take Suyu for himself. If I failed to kill him by myself, the commander will surely think that I failed to take everything for myself. But if Suyu still managed to escape by joining hands with the rest of us, then it means that Suyu is too powerful, and the commander can't blame us for that. His many years of military experience told Guo Cheng that although the opportunity before him was great, it was best not to swallow it all for himself. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. With a thought, he immediately contacted the nearest southwest and southeast armies. "I have discovered the tracks of the wanted criminal, Suyu. He is breaking out of the encirclement towards my south. All of you hurry over. I will try my best to stop him and wait for your assistance." On the other side of the jade pendant was the wanted criminal, Suyu. The 2 guarding generals were envious. That was a great reward for a meteoric rise. But we have duties to fulfill. What if we help you and someone escapes from here? The general of the Southwest Army said hesitantly, "General Guo, Lao Huang's fate is right in front of us. We dare not repeat the same mistake." The general of the Southeast Army was also full of hesitation. Looking at Suyu, who was getting closer, Guo Cheng's eyes became increasingly red. He said anxiously, "All right, if Suyu breaks out of the encirclement and escapes from here, I will not be able to escape death. But I will explain to the commander that you refuse to help me even if I die. You should know that the commander is determined to kill Suyu. Even if everyone in the encirclement escapes, he will not let Suyu off." His last words moved the guards of both sides. Indeed, the commander's intent to kill Suyu was known to the whole world. If he knew that they had delayed the assassination of Suyu, they would not be able to escape unscathed. With a sigh, the 2 armies said, "All right, you hold on. We will immediately lead the army over." Hearing that, Guo Cheng felt reassured. He raised his voice and yelled, "Did you all hear that? The intruder is not scary. The southeast and southwest armies are on their way to support us. They will be here soon to help us." The morale of the soldiers was indeed boosted. As long as the intruder was not a strong man who could easily annihilate a garrison, they, who had the weapons of the ancient civilization, had a fighting chance. "Prepare the superior extermination cannons." Guo Cheng's eyes were burning with passion as he gave the order. The group of soldiers immediately pushed out 4 300 feet tall superior extermination cannons. 20 people formed a group and imbued the cannons with divine energy, replenishing the energy of the 4 superior extermination cannons. Waves of extremely threatening destructive energy flickered within the superior extermination cannons. As long as Suyu and the others entered the attack range, they could launch a fatal attack on them. At that moment, the guards of the southwest and southeast each dispatched half of their troops to rush over. Among them, even the general of the guards of the southeast rushed over personally. The guards of the southeast left in a hurry. At the foot of the mountain, a black-robed figure appeared in the shade of the trees. It was Zhao Tianyin. He had a mocking smile on his face. "Suyu, oh Suyu, smart as you are, you still fell for it. No matter how perfect my plan is, there are still risks. I don't want to risk being bombarded by the weapons of the ancient civilization just to force my way through with you. Looking at the guards of the southeast garrison, which was almost non-existent, the Holy Sun's face was full of pride. You, Suyu, only managed to distract the rest of the guards with your appearance. My real plan was to use you as bait and use your sacrifice to help me achieve my goal. As early as 2 days ago, when he was exploring this place, he had captured a scout who had gone down the mountain to investigate. He had placed a possession on him. It was supposed to be used at a critical moment to give Guo Cheng an unexpected blow from behind. However, Su Yu's appearance had changed Guo Cheng's mind. Using Su Yu to distract the guards from the other directions would undoubtedly increase their chances of breaking through the encirclement. With a cold laugh, the Holy Sun leaped onto the garrison that had slack defenses. At the same time, Su Yu and the other two, together with the Holy Sun puppet that they had not noticed, had finally attacked Guo Cheng's garrison. Guo Cheng directed the 4 superior extermination cannons to lock onto the 4 of them firmly. He said, Su Yu, I already know that you are creating a diversion, trying to cause us to panic so that we can escape. I already know that you are acting strangely, so you don't have to pretend anymore. Surrender immediately, or you will have no chance of survival under the attack of the superior extermination cannons. However, be it Su Yu, Shui Ying, or Kailin, none of them had any expression on their faces. They rushed towards the south recklessly. From the looks of it, they were prepared to force their way through. Guo Cheng was extremely calm. He said, If that's the case, don't blame me for not leaving you alive. Superior extermination cannons, fire! Boom! 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 4 earth-shattering booms resounded between heaven and earth. The mountains shook and the rivers boiled. All the weak creatures within a radius of 100,000 perished from the energy that erupted from the cannons. Su Yu and the other 3, who were facing the 4 superior extermination cannons, were blasted into pieces. Flesh and blood splattered all over the ground. The wanted criminals of the 4 great empires were killed so easily. Guo Cheng was stunned. It seemed like he was not as difficult to deal with as the rumors said. However, to be on the safe side, he still led the soldiers to the place where they fell to investigate. When they arrived at the area, flesh and blood were scattered everywhere, giving off a pungent smell of blood. Guo Cheng was relieved and said, Collect all the flesh and blood, separate Su Yu's and hand it over to the commander. Looking at the busy soldiers, Guo Cheng was in a good mood and was quite excited. He had obtained such a great opportunity, all by himself. If I had known it would be so easy, why would I inform the 2 armies? I even let them have a share of the loot. Guo Cheng was a little regretful. At that moment, the Southwest Army arrived late. Under Guo Cheng's command, they were busy collecting Su Yu's flesh and blood. An hour later, the flesh and blood on the ground were almost all collected, especially Su Yu's. Not a single piece was left out, and it was stored in a container. Sir, we didn't find the body of the black-robed man, the soldiers said. Guo Cheng thought to himself, the black-robed man was indeed a puppet. There's no need to look, I know what to do, Guo Cheng said, praising the Southwest Army with a smile. Guo Cheng said as he praised the Southwest Army with a smile, Inform your general that they will receive a share of the credit for killing Su Yu. However, until now, there was still no sign of the Southeast Army. Guo Cheng couldn't help but sneer. It's better if they don't come, they won't get a share of the loot. Someone, bring the container to the commander, Guo Cheng ordered. However, at that moment, he glanced at the container out of the corner of his eye and suddenly felt a little strange. He fixed his eyes on it and saw that Su Yu's flesh and blood in the container was rapidly dimming, becoming transparent, and finally completely vanishing. Very soon, the entire vessel was empty. Guo Cheng was stunned, and his face immediately changed. He took out the flesh and blood of Shui Ying and Kailin, but it turned out to be empty as well. The blood in the hands of the soldiers, who collected the flesh and blood, also disappeared without a trace. Swish! Suddenly, Guo Cheng seemed to sense something. He raised his head and looked up into the sky. A huge eye hidden in the sky was slowly dimming. The strange light emitted by the eye had a subtle hallucinatory effect. Seeing this scene, Guo Cheng felt as if his heart had been struck by thousands of lightning bolts. Oh no, we've been tricked. Southwest Army, all of you return immediately. Although the Holy Sun was a puppet, Su Yu and the two puppets were also illusions. The huge eye released an illusion with an extremely wide range. It was extremely realistic, and everyone present had been fooled. Su Yu and his two companions did not appear in the south at all. At this moment, the southwest and southeast armies were at their weakest. Those two places were Su Yu's real breakout points. At the southeast garrison, the Holy Sun leaped up the mountain with a little bit of satisfaction from successfully tricking Su Yu and was about to fly away. Chapter 1431. Behind the superior extermination cannons, a black-faced general stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He laughed mockingly. "I've been waiting for a long time, Saint of the Moonwatch sect." The saint had fallen into an ambush. Staring at the four terrifying superior extermination cannons, the complacency on his face froze. It was replaced by confusion and shock. Didn't we go to the south to support them? Is that what you want to ask?" The black-faced general mocked. He took out a messaging jade pendant and imbued it with divine energy. A familiar voice came from it. "The Saint of the Moonwatch sect, Zhao Tianyin, will break through from your position. Do not leave with the army." Upon hearing that, the saint's face fell. Su Yu! He couldn't believe that it was Su Yu who had persuaded the black-faced general to lead the army to support them. They listened to Su Yu's advice. Not only did they not leave, but they also prepared a perfect killing trap for Zhao Tianyin to step in. "It's him. He betrayed me," Zhao Tianyin said angrily. His complacency from scheming against Su Yu vanished into thin air. Instead, he felt greatly humiliated. He thought he had tricked Su Yu, but it turned out that Su Yu had tricked him instead. "Activate the seal." The black-faced general chuckled. The two soldiers beside him took out the special seal that they had prepared beforehand. Zhao Tianyin wanted to resist, but he had no courage in front of the four superior extermination cannons at such close range. In the end, he was placed with two seals, which sealed both his sorcery and physical strength, making him an ordinary person. The black-faced general laughed. "Mission accomplished. Capture the Saint of the Moonwatch sect alive. As for General Guo and the Southwest Army, I can't take care of you." At the Southwest Army Station, a fair-faced general received an urgent message from Guo Cheng. "Su Yu is breaking through from your position. Be careful." Guo Cheng's tone was extremely urgent, which startled the fair-faced general. However, as the leader of the army, he reacted quickly. He immediately said, "Everyone listen up. Prepare the superior extermination cannons." The four superior extermination cannons began to imbue energy immediately. However, because half of the army had been deployed, the speed of activation was greatly reduced. Right at that moment, the four superior extermination cannons flew into the sky uncontrollably, circling around a silver-haired youth who had suddenly appeared. A wisp of mysterious intent lingered in his palm. The white-faced general's expression changed drastically. The secret of the Empire of Darkness, the 6 laws of mind control! Raising his head and staring at the silver-haired youth, the white-faced general said in a grave voice, "Su Yu, it's really you." Su Yu pointed at the air and kept the 4 300-feet-long superior extermination cannons into his space ring. Only then did he look at the white-faced general. Long time no see. That day in the dungeon, this general under Nitian Hanqing had met Su Yu once. At that time, Suyu was far from being his match. But now, glancing at the large number of soldiers behind him, Suyu said with a faint smile, "Hurry up and run for your lives. Don't die at the hands of Nitti and Hanqing instead of the wizard tribe." Saying so, he turned around and left. The white-faced general wanted to stop him, but old Huang's personal experience and what he had seen and heard made him hesitate. Without the superior extermination cannon, he would not be a match for Suyu at all. Instead, he would be easily defeated by Suyu. Watching Suyu leave, he and the soldiers behind him turned pale. With Nitti and Hanqing's ruthlessness and coldness, they would never be forgiven for committing such a grave mistake. The white-faced general was extremely bitter. He looked back at the soldiers behind him. "Do you want to wait for death, or do you want to follow me to hide in the lost nation and live out your days in this world?" The soldiers looked sorrowful, but who in this world wanted to wait for death? "General Bai, we are willing to follow you. We will go wherever you go." "Yes, General Bai, the world is so big. Why should we go back to the empire? The vast territory of the Lost Nation is not necessarily all the territory of the wizard tribe. We can definitely find our own future here." The white-faced general was also waiting for this sentence. He did not want to die either. He raised his arm and shouted, "All right, brothers, come with me." Soon, there was no one left in the southwest. The garrison army had all defected. This matter was not concealed for long. Guo Qing soon learned of it, and his face changed drastically. All of this could be said to be Guo Cheng's fault. If he had not misjudged and threatened the white-faced general to mobilize the army, how could Suyu have escaped so easily? Even the white-faced general knew that he could not escape death. As the culprit, how could Guo Qing not know what would happen to him? Suyu, you have caused me so much suffering." Guo Cheng looked up to the sky and sighed. Soon after, there was another army mutiny. The garrison army in the south all defected, and at the same time they took away 4 extremely precious superior extermination cannons. This incident had undoubtedly alarmed the commander, Nitti and Hanqing. He had been in charge of the army for many years, and there had never been such a defection. With a cold expression on his face, Nitti and Hanqing patiently listened to the commander of the Southwest Defense patiently explain the ins and outs of the matter. His eyes were filled with a gloomy light, and he slammed his palm on the table, smashing it into pieces. "Suyu, instigate the 2 garrisons to defect. I, the commander, will make you beg for death. Pass the order. Track Suyu's direction." Countless mountains and rivers away, after Suyu was safe, he released Shuiying and Kaylin from the Buddha beads. Although they were in the space ring, the situation outside could be hidden from Kaylin, but it could not be hidden from the level 3 Shuiying. Her colorful eyes were gleaming. "How did you know that Zhao Tianyin was up to no good?" Suyu laughed. His thoughts were written all over his face. "How could I not be on guard?" Kaylin chuckled at Shuiying. "That saint really schemed against the wrong person. Suyu is the master of scheming. Whoever schemed against him often met a more tragic end, without exception." Having gone through many experiences with Suyu, Kaylin knew a lot about this enigmatic man. "I don't know if you are complimenting me or belittling me." Suyu was annoyed. "I did not trust Zhao Tianyin from the beginning. However, if he was really willing to cooperate, I would never harm him. Unfortunately, he used me as bait and used my sacrifice to fulfill his wish. I can only return the favor." Shuiying chuckled. "I'm guessing that the saint has most likely fallen into the hands of the God Realm's army. Now the saint lady can rest easy." Unexpectedly, Suyu's expression gradually turned serious. He shook his head. "Rest easy? I don't think so. The situation of the wizard tribe now is no longer a matter of the competition between the 2 heirs, but a matter of whether we can keep it." Upon hearing that, Shuiying understood what Suyu meant. His overflowing expression was replaced by solemnity. The great army was approaching. If the appearance of the God Realm soldiers in the cave was not enough to worry about, then the encirclement of the outpost was enough to alarm them. Not only was the God Realm's army approaching the city, but they were also going to strike soon. The enemy came aggressively and used their troops like a god. They attacked all the way to the hinterland of the Lost Nation and headed straight for Fan Capital. This was a crisis that had never been faced before. Whether the wizard tribe could survive was still uncertain. The choice of the sect leader was secondary. "I think we should return to the Saint Capital immediately," Shuang said. He was eager to report what he had seen and heard, so as to raise the vigilance of the wizard tribe. Su Yu said, "Your strength alone has little impact on the overall situation. There's still the sect leader and 2 temple masters in the Saint Capital. Even if you go back, you won't be able to decide anything. You might as well stay on the front line. With your strength, it will be easier for you to grasp information and clues that ordinary wizards can't." "I'll listen to you, Brother Su." Shuang thought about it for a while and felt that what Su Yu said made sense. If she returned to the Saint Capital, her only role would be to be worshipped as the Saint Lady. She would be far less useful than staying on the front line. Moreover, she had some private messages. If she went back now, it would not be easy for her to stay by Su Yu's side in the name of Shuang. "Then where should we go?" "Fan Capital is in danger. Should we go and inform them?" Shuang actually had an idea in mind, but a smart woman would always leave the opportunity for the man to show off. Su Yu said, "The Fan Capital is lost." Niti and Hanqing came aggressively and spent a lot of effort to besiege the Blackwood Forest. It is obvious that he is determined to get the Fan Capital. There must be ambushes everywhere around the Fan Capital. "We have just come out of the wolf's den. How can we enter the tiger's den? Then where should we go?" Su Yu's thoughts coincided with Shuang's, but he still pretended to have no opinion. Su Yu thought about it, opened the space of the Buddha bead, and released a young man who was still unconscious. Wang Qingqin, Shuang, and Kalin were surprised at the same time. "I met him in the Azura Forbidden Lands. He was seriously injured and is still in a coma." Su Yu frowned slightly. "His injuries are a bit strange. In addition to being invaded by the power of Azura, there is a strange force in his body. When I was in isolation, I tried to heal him, but it didn't work." Even when Su Yu used the Milky Way star sand, he could not extract that strange force. That strange force entangled with the power of Azura, fused and entangled tightly in his body. That was why his injuries could not heal and he was still in a coma. Shuang looked suspicious. "Let me try." She pointed her finger at Wang Qingqin's abdomen, and a red and black light burst out, bouncing Shuang's finger away. The black force was the land of Azura, but the red force was unknown. Shuang's face was solemn. "It's the power of red dust." Seeing that Su Yu was confused, Shuang said, "The Saint Capital guards the forbidden lands of 10,000 demons. The Fan Capital guards the Azura Forbidden Lands, and the Wang clan of Shun Capital guards the Forbidden Lands of Red Dust." Su Yu had seen the Forbidden Lands of Red Dust in ancient books. It was one of the 3 great Forbidden Lands. Unlike the unpredictable dangers of the Azura Forbidden Lands, the interior of the Forbidden Lands of Red Dust was peaceful and dreamy, like a paradise on earth. The creatures living there did not fight, hurt, or kill each other. Different races could fall in love, and marry each other at will. All the training resources were distributed fairly among each other. There was no force of the strong preying on the weak. Everyone stood on the same starting line. Even the top strong men never looked down on the weak juniors. Instead, they would patiently pass on their training experience to them. In that place, all the creatures lived in peace and harmony. It could be said that it was the country of everyone's dreams. Being in it was like being in the mortal world. Many creatures of the Lost Nation admired this place and entered it, blending into the world of red dust. However, they would never return and would forever remain within. Chapter 1432. In history, there was an ambitious leader of the Moonwatch sect who tried to conquer the Red Dust Forbidden Lands. In the end, he became one of them. Someone once saw the ambitious leader at the entrance, like a mortal, warmly and kindly carrying manure and watering vegetables for an old farmer. Since then, the entrance to the red dust forbidden lands has been sealed, forbidding any creatures from approaching. The danger of the mortal world forbidden area was that the minds of all living beings that entered it would be controlled, and they would be trapped there forever until they passed away in meditation. In terms of danger, it was more dangerous than the Azura forbidden lands. The most disturbing thing was that there was only one layer of the red dust forbidden lands. If this layer of seal was broken, the red dust forbidden lands would come to the world, and the entire lost nation would be included in the red dust world. All creatures would lose themselves and be controlled. As for what was sealed in the red dust forbidden lands, it was even more unknown. It was more mysterious than the Azura forbidden lands. But why would the red dust forbidden lands, which had been sealed for countless years, appear in Wang Qingqian's body? Whoever started the trouble should untie it. The Wang clan is the only one who knows the most about the red dust forbidden lands. I believe only the Wang clan knows why this thing appeared in the heir's body, Shuiying said. Suyu nodded slightly. Shun capital and Fan capital are separated by half of the Black Wood Forest. The distance is not far, and it is the best distance to inquire about the situation in Fan capital. We can send Wang Qingqian back to heal, and we can also use Shun capital as a base to inquire about the news. Shuiying was pleased. Su Yu's suggestion once again coincided with hers. She couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart, as if she was happier than if she had done it herself. What are you laughing at? Su noticed his strange expression and strange eyes. Shuiying's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly said, "No, nothing." He hurriedly bowed his head and shyly avoided Su Yu's eyes. Su Yu was slightly uncomfortable looking at him. He always felt that Shuiying was very awkward. The way he looked at him was different from how he looked at others. He couldn't help but mutter, Shuiying wouldn't be gay, would he? Thinking of this, Su Yu had a layer of goosebumps all over his body. He quietly kept a little distance and said, "Let's go immediately." As soon as they left, a group of elusive figures appeared behind them, as if they were strange, transparent creatures. They looked in Su Yu's direction from afar and said in a low voice, "Go back and report to the commander." They did not return to the Saint capital. Instead, they went to the Shun capital. Shun capital was located at the west end of the Blackwood Forest, forming a triangle with the northernmost Saint capital and the easternmost Fan capital. The three of them formed a very standard triangle, which was very strange. Compared to Fan capital, Shen capital was not as prosperous. Because it was located in the far west, the lack of resources was less than that of the east. Naturally, there were very few wizards who came here to search for resources. However, that was only when compared to the Fan capital. In terms of prosperity, it was even stronger than the four great empires of the god territory. In the past, Shun capital would have been bustling with people and carriages. However, when Su Yu and the others arrived, they saw that the city gates had been sealed, and troops of the Wang clan were patrolling above the city walls. His demeanor made it seem as if the battle was about to break out in Shun capital, not Fan capital. Su Yu was full of praise. They are both important ministers who guard the borders, but the Wang clan and the Chu clan are worlds apart. Now, the Chu clan did not have much defense and was extremely lax, but the Wang clan in the distance was on full alert. The contrast between the two was obvious. The sky above the city was restricted from flying, and there were soldiers standing guard and patrolling on every city wall. The only way to enter the city was through the city gates. However, the city gates were tightly shut, leaving only a small door that could only allow one person to pass through. Behind the door, there were several wizards who had reached level 3 aura, personally inspecting the people who entered the city. On the city gates, there was an extremely eye-catching seal. During special times, only entry is allowed in Shun capital and no exit is allowed. If there is nothing important, please leave Shun capital as soon as possible. This was to prevent enemy spies from sneaking into the city, unlike the outposts in the Blackwood Forest, where one could enter and leave at will as long as one paid. As a result, the important soldiers guarding the Wizard Phoenix were bribed, causing the outpost to be surrounded and wiped out. Su Yu and the other two came to the small door and queued up to enter. "Next!" someone shouted from the door, and Su Yu lowered his head and walked through the small door. However, as soon as he entered, a sharp knife was placed on his neck. It was an Emperor-based saint artifact, and even a level 3 deity's head could be chopped off with a single stroke. In addition, there were 2 powerful wizard curses hidden in the shadows, ready to blast at Su Yu at any time. Humph! What a citizen of the God Realm! It seems like the spies you killed previously weren't enough, and you still dare to come to Shin Capital to spy on us. An old man with a pale face bellowed. Su Yu was a little speechless and said, I don't care who you are. Who else but spies could come to Shin Capital now? The old man with a pale face was about to slash Su Yu with his knife. Fortunately, an old man beside him stopped him in time. "Zhang Laodao, take a look at who he is." The hot-tempered old man was named Zhang Laodao. He fixed his eyes on Su Yu and found him familiar. After thinking about it, he was shocked. "It's you, Su Yu." If there was a citizen of the God Realm in the Lost Nation whom they recognized and would not treat with hostility, it was Su Yu. The sect master had personally guaranteed that he was a citizen of the God Realm without hostility. Su Yu flicked the knife away from his neck with his fingers, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "I didn't die in the hands of those people from Fan Capital, but was almost beheaded by you people from Shun Capital." Only then did they realize that Su Yu had come back from the competition. Zhang Laodao touched his neck awkwardly and laughed. "This is my temper. I was blind for a moment. Please don't mind me, my young friend. However, since you came back from Fan Capital, do you know what the situation is like in Fan Capital?" The old man beside him added, "You may not know this, but recently we found a group of people from the God Realm of unknown origins hiding in Shun Capital. They were spying on us everywhere. Fortunately, we found them in time and captured them alive. Only then did we find out that the God Realm Great Army had launched a surprise attack all the way to Fan Capital, and that Shun Capital was their next target." Su Yu was surprised. What kind of spy would be caught so easily and divulge the news that the God Realm Great Army was coming to Fan Capital so easily? However, it was no wonder that Shun Capital was so guarded as if it was facing a great enemy. "Yes, we contacted that old man Chulong, but he didn't even reply. We have no idea what's going on in Fan Capital." Zhang Laodao snorted, looking quite disdainful. He called the Chu clan master by his name, which showed his straightforward character. Su Yu said in a low voice, "I'm afraid you have misunderstood Chulong." He didn't reply not because he was unwilling, but because he couldn't. Zhang Laodao raised his nostrils. "Who does he think he is? Our clan master personally sent a message, but he didn't reply at all? Why can't he? It can't be because he is already dead." Hearing this, the 4 level 3 wizards were shocked. "What? The Chu clan master is dead? How did he die?" The fall of a dignified clan master was no less than a super earthquake. Su Yu said, "It's a long story. I also brought back Wang Qingchen. He is seriously injured and needs to be seen by your clan master. If it is convenient, I would like to see him now." Knowing that Wang Qingchen was seriously injured, their hearts tightened again and they hurriedly made arrangements. "Follow us back to the Wang Mansion," Zhang Laodao said. "However, I'm afraid you'll have to wait to see the clan master. Before you came, the Saint Capital also sent people here to inquire about what happened in Fan Capital. Now the clan master is meeting with them." "Oh? Who came?" Shui Ying's eyes were filled with anticipation. Zhang Laodao said casually, "This is a very serious matter. The 2 temple masters are here, and they brought many of their temple members with them." Shui Ying was overjoyed. "Master! Oh, the temple masters are here too." Su Yu wasn't too surprised. He thought about it and said, What I'm about to say is very important. It's good that the two temple masters are here. Please inform the master about Chu Long's death and the arrival of the God Realm's great army at Fan Capital. I want to make it clear in front of everyone. Hearing this, Zhang Laodao felt that it made sense. For such a big matter, it was best that the three supreme martial artists were here. All right, wait in the side hall first. Zhang Laodao brought them here to rest and left in a hurry. Not long after, he hurried back and said anxiously, "Let's go." When the three lords heard what you said, they wanted to come and question you personally. It was obvious that they were also very shocked by the news that Suyu brought back. When they arrived at the main hall, there was the sage-like Wang clan master, the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple, and the master of the Holy Saint Temple, who was silent. Behind the two temple masters stood the level 3 wizards, who held high positions in the temple. Su Yu's arrival received different reactions from the two temple masters and the temple members. Of course, the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple and the temple members were gratified, but the master of the Holy Saint Temple did not look happy. The Wang clan master stood up to welcome him and said, "Congratulations on your victorious return, my young friend Su." Although there was a smile on his face, the worry between his brows could not be hidden. Su Yu cupped his fists and sat upright. "The situation is urgent, so I will tell you everything that has happened in front of the three elders." Then, from Su Yu's entry into the Azura Forbidden Lands, to his encounter with Wang Qingqian, to the strange changes in the Azura Forbidden Lands, and finally provoking the three ferocious beasts to kill each other, to Chu Long's attack on Lingwu, he told them everything in detail. The only thing he concealed was that Su Yu had obtained the keys to the level 1 and level 2 of the Azura Forbidden Lands. Hearing this, everyone present was horrified. The Wang clan master was shocked. They really dared to tamper with the prohibition and assassinate Lingwu? Su Yu did not say a word and played the recorded video in front of everyone. The mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple had a cold look in her eyes. They have committed many crimes and brought about their own destruction. How dare they set their sights on the Forbidden Lands? They deserve to die. Chu Long's death was finally explained, although his death was so unexpected. Next, let's talk about the God Realm army. The three of them looked solemn. This was what they were most worried about. Su Yu explained in detail the ambush in the cave and the encirclement of the Blackwood Forest. After listening, based on their many years of experience, they made a judgment similar to Su Yu's. The God Realm army was about to launch a war against the Fan Capital, and it would happen very quickly. Chapter 1433. The mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple also got up to leave after a moment of silence. Since we have no way of contacting Fan Capital, the only possibility is that Fan Capital has been besieged by the army and cannot send out any distress signals. I should also form a team to gather information. If Fan Capital is really in a crisis, I think both Shang Capital and Shang Capital will need support. The Wang clan master also said, "I have the same idea. Even if we are to help, we must have specific information. Otherwise, it will be easy to fall into a trap and be ambushed by the God Realm army." The three Supreme Masters reached an agreement to first send a team to inquire about the situation. The two mistresses left one after another. When the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple left, she looked at Shuiying and then turned a blind eye to her. This made Shuiying feel guilty, and a blush appeared on her face. After sending the two of them away, the Wang clan master's face finally showed a touch of anxiety, and he hurriedly said, "Little friend Su, how is my son?" Su Yu released Wang Qingqian and said, "His life is not in danger, but I can't help him with his injuries." The Wang clan master felt Wang Qingqian's pulse, and his anxious look eased. It seemed that he did not care much about the power of the mortal world. His face relaxed a little, and he cupped his hands toward Su. "Little friend Su, my son is a great benefactor, and I can't repay it. If you don't mind, How about entering the Heavenly Fire Spirit Pool with my son in 3 days? Heavenly Fire Spirit Pool? Su Yu was a little confused. The ancient books did not mention that the Wang clan had such a thing. Beside him, Shui Ying's face burst with surprise and envy. Even with his status, he still showed envy. It was obvious that even he was not qualified to enter the Heavenly Fire Spirit Pool. The Heavenly Fire Spirit Pool is a holy place for cultivation that the Chu clan helped us build in the past. It is full of divine fire from outer space, which can burn away the impurities in the spirit. It has an unparalleled effect on enlightenment. The Wang clan master saw that Su Yu was at a loss and explained to him with a bitter smile. In the world, anyone who knew about the Heavenly Fire Spirit Pool would want to get a chance to cultivate. The two temple masters had requested to give the saint and the saint lady a chance to cultivate. However, the divine fire was very limited. It was only the size of a palm every year, and there was only one chance to temper it every 10 years. How could he be willing to give the opportunity to outsiders? As for Su Yu, firstly, Su Yu had saved Wang Qingqin's life. No matter how much he wanted to repay him, it would not be too much. Secondly, Su Yu's abilities were extremely strong. Now that the God Realm's great army was invading, they would naturally try their best to win him over if they could. Su Yu was tempted. Because he had devoured many souls, there were many impurities in his mind. If the divine fire really had such a miraculous effect, it would be of great help to him in comprehending the Tao. Thank you, Wang clan master. Su Yu gladly accepted. The Wang clan leader looked at Shui Ying again and said after some thought, "You should come along too." He naturally recognized Shui Ying's identity. He muttered to himself, "Why would the holy maiden dress up as a man and accompany Su Yu?" Moreover, the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple seemed to have acquiesced. Could it be that their wedding was imminent and their relationship had already been confirmed? If that's the case, then I can't be stingy and give her a name. Shui Ying was overjoyed. Thank you, Wang clan leader. She had never expected that the Wang clan leader would give her a chance. This was the divine fire from beyond the heavens that countless people dreamed of. She had been practicing sorcery for many years and had made rapid progress. During this time, she had used extreme methods to hasten her growth. It was not obvious from the outside, but it had an undeniable impact on her mind. If she was not careful, it might be difficult for her to break through the shackles of level 2 for the rest of her life. It would be great if she could use the divine fire from beyond the heavens. She stole a glance at Su Yu and understood that the Wang clan leader was doing this for Su Yu's sake. She couldn't help but secretly rejoice. However, she didn't understand why Kaylin didn't have such an opportunity when they were both accompanying Su Yu. Kaylin wasn't disappointed in this. She had no problems with her soul, so it made no difference whether she won or not. Get ready. You will enter the Heavenly Fire Spirit Pool in 3 days. I will personally lead you there. Su Yu and the others were arranged to rest in the superior guest rooms of the Wang mansion. Su Yu went into seclusion without hesitation and took out a huge cannon that was 300 feet long. Looking at the familiar giant cannon, Su Yu's eyes sparkled with joy. Years ago at the auction, a broken small superior extermination cannon was sold for a sky-high price of millions of divine coins. Wouldn't this complete, brand-new superior extermination cannon be worth hundreds of millions of divine coins? Even if it was worth hundreds of millions, it would be priceless and no one would sell it. After all, it was a terrible weapon that could destroy level 3 with one shot. No one would want such a threat to fall into the hands of others and be used against them, right? I didn't expect the heaven-defying empire to hide such a terrible ancient civilization weapon. Su Yu was secretly shocked. Any empire's resources were not to be underestimated. It seemed like he had somewhat underestimated them. I just don't know how strong the heritage of the Empire of Darkness is, if it is also hidden. Su Yu pondered and suddenly remembered that when he was in the mansion of General Shangguan, He had accidentally detected an extremely terrible breath of destruction coming from under his mansion. Could it be a civilization weapon, too? General Shangguan was in control of the military force of the Empire of Darkness. It was not surprising that he had a civilization weapon. I don't know what the situation is like in the Empire of Darkness. The Shui nation of the Northern Territory has rebelled and joined the heaven-defying Empire. The mermaid tribe in the south has rebelled. The whole country is in turmoil, but there is no news at all. Su Yu thought to himself. However, there is a hidden elder, Yongye Choma, who is likely to reach level 1. Even if he is besieged to the point where only the imperial city is left, he should have nothing to fear, right? The thought of Yongye Choma sent chills down Su Yu's spine. This person was the most dangerous existence in the ancient god realm and the lost nation. If he wanted to, he could easily change the situation of the continent. Fortunately, he could not give up in the process of refining the dragon pearl. Otherwise, if he really left the mountain, Su Yu shuddered at the thought of it. After checking the superior extermination cannon, Su Yu found that it had traces of being refined. The refinement was very deep and did not seem to be ordinary. That's true. How could such a precious thing be easily obtained by an outsider? Su Yu smiled. The Milky Way star sand swirled in his palm, and he placed it on the superior extermination cannon. Suddenly, a wisp of milky white liquid was slowly extracted. The liquid contained extremely powerful energy and a sense of defiance. It could even resist the Milky Way star sand. However, in the face of absolute disparity, it was still extracted in the end. Su Yu put it in a container and was surprised. Milky white, full of defiance. Could this be the divine blood of the heaven-defying empire's monarch, Nitian? The divine blood of a level 3 was grayish-white. The divine blood of a level 2 was milky white. The divine blood of a monarch of an empire? Su Yu's eyes were filled with excitement. After some thought, he took out the other 3 superior extermination cannons and extracted all the divine blood from them. There were 4 drops of divine blood in total. Haha, the divine blood of a level 2 deity, even if it is an inanimate object, has endless power. It must be something good to use. Su Yu's eyes were filled with joy. He had obtained some good treasures, 4 superior extermination cannons and 4 drops of the blood of a monarch of the heaven-defying empire. The isolation lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The Wang clan master came to invite them into the heavenly fire spirit pool as promised. There was another person who came to invite them together, Wang Qingchen. In just 3 days, the power of red dust and the power of Azura in his body had not only been eliminated, but his injuries had also recovered. Su Yu was secretly surprised. Where did the power of red dust come from? And how was it dispelled? Brother Su, words cannot express my gratitude. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Whether it's climbing a mountain of swords or diving into a sea of fire, as long as Brother Su says the word, I, Wang Qingchen, will not bat an eyelid. Su Yu laughed. Climbing a mountain of swords or diving into a sea of fire, Wang clan master has to be willing. The Wang clan master laughed. Why not? I'll send my son into the sea of fire now. After a while, they came to an important place in the mansion, a heavily guarded hall. Inside the hall was a statue of the wizard ancestor. It contained the power of space and was somewhat similar to the deity statues in the tribe. Under the guidance of the Wang clan master, they used the teleportation function of the deity statue to reach an unknown depth underground. This place was scorching hot, not only from the body but also from the soul. Near them was a small pool with a radius of 3 feet. The pool was burning with a purple-gray flame, which was very special. Visible to the naked eye, there is a spring the size of a needle at the bottom of the pool. A red, viscous liquid, similar to magma, is slowly flowing out. Wang Qingchen said, "It's very inconspicuous, isn't it? This is the legendary Heavenly Fire Spirit Pool. It can only accumulate such a small pool every 10 years, just enough for the 3 of us to use." Su Yu looked at the eye of the needle and said, "The heavenly fire gushes out from the eye of the spring, right?" Wang Qingchen nodded. "Yes, the entire underground you see was smashed by a meteorite. This pool was dug on the meteorite, and the heavenly fire in the spirit pool came from the meteorite below. If that's the case, why not expand the eye of the spring?" Su Yu was surprised. Wang Qingchen smiled bitterly. "Do you think we don't want to? In order to excavate this spring, we had to ask the Chu clan for help. We used the demon subduing drum in their hands to open up the eye of the spring the size of a needle, but that's all. This meteorite is solid beyond imagination." Su Yu touched his chin, took out the golden flames forbidden wood sword, and slashed it on the meteorite. As a result, not even a trace was left on the surface of the meteorite. Instead, the tip of the golden flames forbidden wood sword was scratched. "It's really hard." Su Yu was secretly surprised. No wonder the eye of the spring was only the size of a needle. "Okay, let's go in," Wang Qingchen said. He looked at Su Yu, then at Shuiying and said, "The heavenly fire in the spirit pool can easily damage your clothes. I suggest you take off your clothes first." "Ah." Shuiying's face turned red, and she was speechless. Su Yu cast a strange look at her. "Why not?" Wang Qingchen looked at Shuiying strangely and muttered to himself, "I almost forgot that they are husband and wife. As an outsider, it is certainly inconvenient for me to be present." "Haha, it doesn't matter. There is a special prohibition here that can divide the spirit pool into two, just to prevent such a situation from happening." He stepped on a wizard rune under his foot. The rune immediately changed. Then a thick light curtain separated from the heavenly fire spirit pool, dividing the spirit pool into two halves, forming two independent spaces. Wang Qingchen very naturally occupied one and stepped into it. He looked back at them and smiled mysteriously. "Haha, I won't disturb you two, but you have to pay attention to moderation, okay? What the hell is going on?" Su Yu was speechless. Looking at the only independent space left, he said to Shuiying, "Do you want to go with him or me?" Chapter 1434. You. Shuiying's voice was trembling. The two of them entered the compartment. Due to the limited space, they were only 10 feet apart. "Brother Su, can you let me stand behind you?" Shuiying was using sorcery energy to protect his body. He would have to release his sorcery energy when he entered the tempering state. With the high temperature here, his clothes would definitely be burnt. Su Yu looked at him strangely. He was a little scared. Did he really have that kind of special fetish? However, this was a rare opportunity. Su Yu did not want to miss it. He said, "All right, but you'd better not do anything out of line." Shuiying snorted secretly. "I'm afraid you'll do something out of line." Soon, Su Yu entered the state of training. He released his divine energy to protect himself. The blazing flame immediately burned his body, burning his clothes. Soon, Su Yu turned into a man of fire. This little flame could not cause any harm to Su Yu's body. It was only a little scorching. However, Su Yu's mind felt as if it was being burned. He felt a heart-wrenching pain. Layers of invisible, formless objects were being burned by the flame. Su Yu almost couldn't bear the intense pain, which made him feel like he was about to explode. However, it was precisely because of this that Su Yu was even more excited. The more impurities there were in the soul, the more painful it would be. The tempering effect of the heavenly fire on the soul was indeed not just for show. Su Yu was silently rejoicing while enduring the pain. At this time, Shuiying, who was behind him, also entered the state of training. As soon as he released his sorcery energy, his clothes were immediately burned. Even the faint layer of sorcery energy on the surface of his body was burned away. His handsome male disguise was broken, revealing a milky white, beautiful body. Mature breasts, slender figure, slender legs, there was nothing to hide. That pure and beautiful face was even more soul-stirring. However, this woman was none other than the Saint Lady. She had been pretending to be Shueying to accompany Suyu. The heavenly fire entered her mind. The pain caused Saint Lady's body to tremble, and she let out a muffled groan. It was a woman's voice. Fortunately, Suyu was wholeheartedly tempering his soul and did not pay attention to the outside world. Saint Lady's face was flushed. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, covering her snow-white bosom. She did not dare to look at Suyu's naked upper body. She immediately closed her eyes and silently endured the tempering. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The temperature of the flames in the heavenly fire spirit pool was getting weaker and weaker, and the pain in Suyu's mind was also gradually weakening until he could no longer feel anything. This was a sign that the impurities in his soul were being burned away. At this moment, Suyu's soul was unprecedentedly relaxed. It was as if a 200-kilogram man had suddenly become so skinny that he was only 100 kilograms. The feeling of being reborn was indescribable. In terms of comprehension, there was indeed a qualitative leap. For example, the limitless style. Suyu suddenly understood many obscure parts of it. It was as if he had gained a deeper understanding of this style overnight. This included the 6 fundamental laws of mind control. Suyu did not deliberately try to comprehend it, but he had quietly touched the edge of the upper class. This was something he had never experienced before. Suyu's eyes shone with excitement. He wished he could continue. Unfortunately, the heavenly fire was limited, and he would have to wait another 10 years before he could temper his soul again. "I'm hungry." At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Suyu's mind, startling him. Following the source of the voice, Suyu looked at one of the Buddha beads on his wrist, revealing a look of surprise. He immediately let go of the Buddha beads, and a fat, round little boy rolled out of it. He looked 5 or 6 years old, and his eyes were different. One was ice blue, and the other was fiery red. He blinked his big, watery eyes and shouted at Suyu that he was hungry. Seeing that the tears were rolling, Suyu was shocked and quickly threw 2 drops of the blood of the heaven-defying divine warrior that he had extracted. He did not dare to let this little ancestor cry. If he cried, the tears that fell would be enough to kill everyone in Shun capital. Needless to say, this little boy was the remains of the ice and fire divine warrior, formed from the 2 divine eyes. He had fallen into a deep sleep before, but now he had woken up. Looking around, he found that not only had Wang Qingchen left, but Shueying, who was in the other compartment, had also gone ashore. Their soul impurities are far less than mine. Suyu thought for a moment and said, "This is good. Exposing the remains of the ice and fire divine warrior is more or less troublesome." "I am still hungry," he said as he happily ate 2 drops of divine blood. Suyu's face was bitter. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have grown up. When he first saw him, he looked like a 3-year-old, but now he looked like a 5 or 6-year-old. The difference was doubled, and even his appetite had increased. According to the blood of the heaven-defying divine warrior that he had stored, it was not enough for him to eat for a long time. Suddenly, the little boy looked down at the spiritual pool under his feet, and his eyes lit up. "Delicious! There is delicious food down there." His left and right eyes each shot out a beam of extreme ice and extreme fire energy. Suyu was dumbfounded. The meteorite that the demon-subduing drum could only leave a pinhole was pierced by the 2 beams of light, leaving fist-sized holes in it. From the inside of the meteorite, a large amount of heavenly fire spewed out. The little boy was beaming, lying at the mouth of the spring, and swallowed in big mouthfuls. After just 2 mouthfuls, he could not swallow any more because he was too full. Suyu's eyes lit up. How could there be any hesitation? Immediately, he found a huge utensil and filled it with the heavenly fire that was spewing out. Suyu did not stop until he had filled 100 utensils the size of a house. At this moment, the heavenly fire inside the meteorite no longer erupted, but flowed slowly. Even so, it overflowed the heaven pool and flowed all over the ground. With so much heavenly fire, Suyu could not help but be overjoyed. He touched the boy's head with appreciation. Good job. If you want to eat in the future, come to me at any time. With so much heavenly fire, he did not have to worry about food. Right at that moment, Su Yu's feet were touched by something flowing. When he looked down, he saw that it was a piece of black paper. It came out of the meteorite along with the heavenly fire and flowed all the way to Su Yu's feet. What is this? Su Yu picked it up curiously and saw that on the black post there were a few words that ordinary people could not possibly understand. The words of the heavenly book. Su Yu was taken aback. The words on it were the words of the heavenly book. A wisp of faintly discernible power of the laws lingered between the handwriting. Opening the black post, it was full of densely packed words of the heavenly book, more than 90% of which Su Yu did not understand. He had comprehended 10% of the heavenly book, but there was still 90% that he did not understand, which meant that the words of the heavenly book in this post covered a wide range of areas. It was likely that it was written by a strong man who was proficient in all the words of the heavenly book. What shocked Su Yu even more was that writing the words of the heavenly book might not be a big deal. Su Yu asked himself if he could write a few words of the heavenly book. However, every word of the heavenly book on this black post carried the power of law. This was not something that Su Yu could do. He could integrate the power of law so easily. What kind of magical power was this? Was it the 9 emperors of heaven and earth? Probably more than that. The 9 emperors of heaven and earth used their lives to carve a stone tablet, and the words of the heavenly book on it did not contain any law. The person who wrote the black post was a more terrifying existence than the 9 emperors. Thinking of this, Su Yu suddenly felt that the black post in his hand was heavy. With a little curiosity, Su Yu read it again. Su Yu happened to recognize most of the words of the heavenly book on the cover. The original words were, "Invitation to the Tao Abyss." What is the Tao Abyss? Su Yu was surprised. Flipping through the content of the post, Su Yu could only recognize 7 or 8 words, and only 3 of them were coherent. Path Master of the True Fire. What is a Path Master? Su Yu could not understand what was mentioned. Tao Abyss, Path Master, what was that? Was it something or a creature that had once appeared in the Star River God realm? Just as Su Yu was wondering, the space nearby shifted. Someone was coming in. Su Yu put away the black post and said to the little boy, "Little Ice Fire, there are a lot of bad people out there. Come in and hide for a while, and I'll let you out when it's safe, okay?" The little boy sucked on his finger and said adorably, "Who is Little Ice Fire?" "Your new name." The little boy's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Well, I think someone called me that before. Then I'll be Little Ice Fire." Su Yu opened up the space of the Buddha bead, and Little Ice Fire went in obediently. Soon, the space fluctuated, and Shui Ying's figure flashed out. He opened his eyes and said happily, "You're finally awake." "I've made you worry," Su Yu said. Shui Ying smiled bitterly. "We were worried about you." Su Yu understood what he was implying, and he said, "Oh, did something happen out there?" Shui Ying said, "Do you remember that half a month ago, the Wong clan master, the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple, and the lord of the Holy Saint Temple each sent a team to gather information?" "Of course I remember." "How is the situation in Fan Capital? It's not bad, is it?" Su Yu asked, seeing that Shui Ying's expression was not right. Shui Ying smiled bitterly. "It's not just bad, it's terrible. 3 scout teams, each made up of level 3 old monsters, and until now, none of them have returned with any news." "What?" Even Su Yu was taken aback. Each of the 3 teams consisted of 3 old monsters at the 3rd heavenly layer. Not only were they strong, but they were also experienced, cautious, and quick-witted. They were specially selected to serve as scouts. However, until now, none of them had returned, not even a message. There was no such thing as luck in the world, and it was highly likely that they had met with misfortune. That was why Su Yu was horrified. If 1 or 2 did not return, it would be understandable. However, out of 9, it would not be difficult for one to escape, right? No one had escaped, and they did not even have the chance to call for help. There was only one explanation, and that was the appearance of a powerful figure who had crushed them and rendered them powerless to resist. There were only 4 such figures in the ancient god realm. The most likely one was Ninefold. Except for him, no one could make 9 level 3 old monsters stay in one go. Come, let's go up and see how they deal with it. Su Yu's eyes were solemn. Ninefold's appearance was only a matter of time, but it was earlier than Su Yu expected. According to Su Yu's prediction, Ninefold would only make a move after the Moonwatch sect leader appeared. If he appeared now, wouldn't it be equivalent to challenging the Moonwatch sect leader? He accidentally locked it to 6 chapters, and he only released me from the small black room now, delaying the upload by 2 hours. Chapter 1435. The 2 quickly left the underground and came to the main hall. At this moment, the clan master and the 2 temple masters were frowning, and the atmosphere in the hall was extremely heavy. In addition, there was another spirit wizard in the hall. It was the old man in the linen robe who appeared at the Saint Lady's son-in-law recruitment. When he saw Su Yu, he nodded as a greeting. In this atmosphere, it was considered polite. The Wang clan master and the 2 temple masters were lost in thought and had no time to pay attention to Su Yu. This is not the way to go. We don't understand the situation at Fan Capital at all. To be precise, we don't know the enemy's movements at all. Not to mention supporting Fan Capital, even we are in danger. The mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple was the first to lose her composure. The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple immediately retorted, "What else can we do?" The 3 scout teams that were sent out disappeared without a trace. The teams that were sent out to search for them were also like clay oxen in the sea. 5 days later, there was no news of them at all. The mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple said, "No matter what, we must act now, or we will be sitting ducks. It's just the method." She sighed and shook her head. Based on what happened to the 9 scouts, even if the 3 Supreme Masters acted personally, they might not be able to get away with it. The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple had no idea, but kept sighing. The Wang clan master was silent for a long time and said, "The top priority is not the life and death of the scouts, but to understand the situation at Fan Capital. We must find a way to break through the enemy's blockade and go to Fan Capital to find out." After a pause, he said hesitantly, "I have an idea, but I don't know if you will agree." The 2 temple masters' eyes lit up and said, "Please speak quickly." The Wang clan master looked at the old man in the linen robe with some fear and said, "My method may violate the rules of the wizard tribe, but it is urgent. I hope Lord Spirit Wizard can put in a good word for us." The old man in the linen robe nodded and said, "I am not a pedantic person. I was sent by the sect leader to supervise the war, so I naturally know that some things cannot be done according to the rules." With this, the Wang clan master was completely relieved and took out 4 bottles of blood-red pills, all of which emitted the power of the mortal world. As soon as this thing appeared, everyone's face changed, but they did not speak immediately. To tell you the truth, this was refined by my ancestor from the Red Dust Forbidden Area. It's called the Red Dust Dream. After consuming it, one can enter a dreamland, said the Wang clan leader. The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple frowned. Dream? What does that have to do with the current situation? The Wang clan master waved his hand and said, "Let me finish speaking. What you entered was not your own dream, but someone else's dream." Everyone frowned. Entering someone else's dream sounded unimaginable, but when they thought about how this thing came from the Red Dust Forbidden Land, it made sense. If the person who consumes it can enter the dream of any living being in Fan Capital, they can talk to them in the dream and understand the situation in Fan Capital. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. If this thing was useful, it would be a good idea. The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple thought for a moment and said, "Other than entering a dream, what other disadvantages does this thing have?" However, the Wang clan leader smiled lightly. To be honest, there are no disadvantages. Other than the fatigue of the soul, there are not many effects. Instead, there are many benefits. After swallowing it, one's body will have an additional red dust power. Those who have the red dust power will have a pair of red dust eyes, which can see the red dust lines that are invisible to the naked eye, but it can only be used once. The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple was stunned. What's the use of seeing through the red dust lines? Use? If you want to find someone you don't know where, the red dust lines can easily point you in the direction. In the past, when the Empire of Darkness attacked the wizard tribe, they once snatched 2 red dust dreams and got 2 people with red dust eyes. Guess who one of them found with the red dust lines? The Empire of Darkness. Everyone was thinking. Suddenly, everyone's face changed dramatically. The mistress of the greatest lady temple and the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple seemed to think of something and said in unison, "The remains of the ice and fire divine warrior?" The Wong clan leader said, "Exactly. The remains of the ice and fire divine warrior have been missing for hundreds of millions of years. Even his descendants, the ice and fire royal family, do not know the specific location of the remains. But the Empire of Darkness knows it because of this thing." Hearing this, everyone was overwhelmed with emotion. There were too many super strong people who had fallen in ancient times. If they had the red dust eyes, wouldn't it be easy to find their remains? To be honest, if it weren't for this battle, I would never take them out and use them. After all, the refining method has been lost, and there are only 4 left in the world. The Wong clan leader said reluctantly, staring at the 4 jade bottles in his palm. Everyone's eyes were burning with desire. Even Su Yu's breathing was heavy. He had been looking for a person for too long, but that person seemed to have disappeared from the world. Whether it was Jiuzhou, Xing River, the lost ancient god realm, or the vast lost nation, he had never seen that person again, never received news of that person, and never even heard of that person's name again. Many times he would wonder if that person had already perished in this world. Thoughts and worries often woke Su Yu up when he was in a trance. That person was Xia Jingyu. Since they parted ways in the Jiuzhou continent, Xia Jingyu seemed to have disappeared from the world. Before she left, she told Xiener to find a way to resolve Su Yu's fate. Since then, she had disappeared without a trace. Where was she? Why didn't she leave any trace? As if she had never existed. Red dust lines, so you wanted to know if the line between him and her was still there. Was it a beauty or love? Su Yu already had the answer. Unfortunately, her departure did not give Su Yu any chance to respond to her. The scenes of the past made Su Yu's heart tremble inexplicably. The 4 fiery red jade bottles made Su Yu feel as if he had seen hope. He wanted to get one. He wanted to see where Xia Jingyu was. Was she okay? However, there were also people who were clear-headed. Ling Wu's eyes lit up. If the red dust dream really has such a heaven-defying effect, why did the Wong clan survive until today? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, if they had this thing, they should have used it to find the remains of powerful creatures. Maybe they could find long-lost resources. The Wong clan master smiled bitterly. It's not that I don't want to, but that I can't. The Wong clan can't consume this thing. Why? Ling Wu asked. The Wong clan master sighed. When the ancestors were collecting the power of Azura at the entrance of the Azura Forbidden Lands, they unfortunately encountered a woman. She called herself the Red Dust Lady and was from the Red Dust Forbidden Lands. She was extremely powerful. Although the ancestors reacted quickly, they were still injured by her, and their blood was invaded by the power of the red dust. Hearing this, Su Yu's heart moved slightly. Since then, the direct descendants of the ancestors have inherited the weak power of the red dust in their blood. After thousands of generations, the current Chu clan has basically inherited the power of the red dust. The Chu clan had been intermarrying with the same clan for generations. If the time span was longer, the descendants should all have this kind of bloodline. In the past, after the ancestor succeeded in concocting it, he personally tried to use it and was able to enter someone else's dream. However, the power of the red dust in his blood actually drew Mistress Red Dust into the dream. The Red Dust Lady tried to control the ancestors through the dream, but the ancestors did not hesitate to cut off half of his soul to get rid of the control. Now, do you understand why the Chu clan can't consume the Red Dust dream? If there was the power of the red dust in their blood, it would certainly summon the terrible Red Dust Lady into the dream. So, the Red Dust dream has been kept until today, and now it has come in handy. The Wong clan master held 4 red dust dreams. Whoever is willing to consume this thing personally, I will offer it to you. However, not everyone is suitable. Everyone was nervous. Is there a requirement for consuming this thing? The Wong clan master nodded. Yes, after all, the red dust dream is refined with the power of the red dust. If the person who consumes it does not have the heart of the red dust, it will be difficult to exert its effect. Hearing this, many people showed a look of regret. For cultivators, only by concentrating on cultivation could they go further, so there were countless people who had cut off the red dust. The longer they cultivated, the more indifferent they became to the red dust. Most of the people present had a lifespan of hundreds of years, and they were extremely indifferent to the red dust, let alone a heart of the red dust. Then we can find young people in their early 20s. The mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple said curiously, "This doesn't seem to be difficult, does it?" The Wong clan master shook his head gently. How can it be so easy? Stepping into the dreams of others is essentially a function of the soul. Therefore, in addition to a heart of the red dust, a strong enough soul power is also needed. How strong? About the same as you and me, the Wong clan master said. The people present were stunned. In other words, they needed to be in their 20s, but their soul power had to reach level 3? It was not that there were no such people, but they were too few. Everyone fixed their eyes on the young people present. Su Yu, Shuiying, Wang Qingchen, and Kailin. Wang Qingchen possessed the power of red dust, so it was not suitable for him to take the red dust dream. Su Yu and Kailin's cultivation had not reached level 3 yet, so their souls were certainly not strong enough. 3 more people. The 3 attendants I brought from the temple can make up for the 3 vacancies, the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple said. Behind him stood 3 young men with high cultivation. They were about the same age as Zhao Tianyin, and they were all candidates who had competed against Zhao Tianyin for the position of Holy Sun back then. Now, they had become the trusted aides of the Holy Sun Sanctum's Lord. Everyone frowned. The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple, sure, has a big appetite. He's going to take all 3? The mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple said, I also have 3 good candidates. The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple narrowed his eyes, and the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple's eyes collided in the air. We do have enough manpower, but the quota is limited. Why don't we let the 6 of them do a simple test to see who is more suitable? What do you think? Clan leader Wang did not want to offend either of the 2 halls. Of course, they had no objections to this. The mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple said, It is up to the Wang clan leader to decide. Clan leader Wang immediately took out 6 bronze rulers, on which there were a total of 9 carvings. This is a tool that was specially refined by the ancestor in the past. It can test the degree of compatibility between the user and the red dust dream. The higher the compatibility, the more prominent the effect of taking this pill. Clan leader Wang distributed the bronze rulers to the 6 of them and said, You recall the deepest feelings in your life. The fluctuations of your soul will be sensed by the tool, and the carvings on the rulers will respond accordingly. The more compatible the person is, the higher the number of carvings will change. So far, the highest record is the ancestor himself, who has achieved 8 carvings. As long as you reach more than 3 carvings, it means that you are suitable for the red dust dream. After the introduction, Clan leader Wang said, "Let's not delay any longer. Let's begin." But at that moment, a figure walked out from the crowd on the right and said, "Clan leader Wang, can you let me try too?" Chapter 1436. You. The Wang clan master was surprised. "Although you are strong, the red dust dream requires a strong soul. Su, you was the one who volunteered to be tested." "So I want to give it a try," Su said. Su said the strength of his soul was indeed far from that of a level 3. It was barely close to level 4. But if he missed it, he was extremely unwilling. There was only one chance to find out where Xiajingyu went. The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple frowned. "Su Yu, now is the time of crisis for the lost nation. Step down." The 3 saint candidates behind him looked dissatisfied. Among the saint candidates, there was a man with broad shoulders and a rough face. His name was Zheng Lin. He was the strongest among the candidates, second only to Zhao Tianyin. He was also an outstanding young man, cultivated by the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple. He stared at Su Yu coldly and did not hide his questioning eyes. He said bluntly, "You are a citizen of the God realm. This is a battle that concerns the survival of the wizard tribe. I think it is better for you to avoid suspicion." The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple smiled faintly. "People need to know their place. If we have to say it out loud, it will not be good." Although many people did not say anything, their expressions were clear. Their doubts about Su Yu could not be completely dispelled by a single sentence from the Moonwatch sect leader. They could only swallow their doubts into their stomachs. Shuiying felt that it was not worth it and sneered. "What a joke! 3 days ago, who told you the latest clues about the Fan capital? Half a month ago, who told you that the army of the God realm had appeared? So you gathered here to fight against the enemy? Was it you, the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple, or Zheng Lin?" His rebuttal made the 2 men glare at each other, but they could not defend themselves. "It was Su Yu." Shuiying's beautiful face was cold. "What he did for the wizard tribe in exchange for your doubts. Without his timely notification, you would still be in the dark until the Fan capital was destroyed." Her words shocked those who were prejudiced against Su Yu. Indeed, Su Yu was the one who delivered the information at the beginning of the war, and he had made a great contribution. This is the worst. If all of us shamans are ungrateful people who do not know right from wrong, then I think it's better for a race like this to die. It's not worth it for me to sacrifice everything to protect them, because I can't predict what kind of faces they will use to slander me after I die. His words caused many people present to reveal embarrassed expressions, and they withdrew their doubtful expressions. The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple's face darkened. "Lord of the Holy Saint Temple, are you not going to discipline your people? How can you be so impudent?" The mistress of the greatest saint Lady Temple opened her eyes. Her eyes were not filled with reproach, but appreciation. "Everything he said is reasonable. How is that presumptuous?" Standing up slowly, the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple bowed to the Wang clan master. "As the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple, I guarantee that Su Yu is a man of integrity. I sincerely ask the Wang clan master to give Su Yu a chance." The 3 Saint Lady candidates also stepped forward. "I sincerely ask the Wang clan master to give Su Yu a chance." Wang Qingchen looked on coldly and stared at the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple with a sneer. He stood up and said, "Father, Brother Su not only saved me from danger, but he also resolved the crisis of the Azura Forbidden Lands. He saved countless lives in the Fan capital. If such a person who has done so much for the wizard tribe is suspicious, then who here is not? As the heir of the Wang clan, he undoubtedly carried a lot of weight. In the end, even Ling Wu could not sit still. He looked at the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple indifferently and said, "Su Yu has made several great contributions, all of which are worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. I hope that some people will be careful with their words and actions, lest we misunderstand anything. With his status, he stood up for Suyu. It could be seen that even he could not stand the attitude of the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple and the candidates. As soon as he spoke, the crowd suddenly began to talk to each other. "Ha ha! I really wonder if the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple and the candidate were sent by the enemy. At such a critical moment, they are suppressing those who have rendered meritorious service. If they disappoint the soldiers, who would still be willing to fight for the sorcerer tribe. There are also those who inexplicably question Suyu. Most of them are jealous because Suyu married the saint lady. At this time they are still thinking about their own selfishness and using this to attack Suyu. What a despicable person. I suggest that those who doubt Suyu be sent to the front line. If they have the ability, then let them do meritorious deeds. After receiving Suyu's kindness, they are pointing fingers at him. It's really annoying. Yes, and that Zhang Lin, I don't think he is a good person. Is such a person suitable to spy for the wizard tribe? Don't trust the wrong people." Seeing that the crowd was denouncing them in unison, the faces of many people present gradually changed. How could they dare to show even the slightest bit of doubt? Even the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple could not sit still. He exuded a fierce wizard power, suppressing the crowd, and said, "Presumptuous! How can juniors like you have the right to interfere in our conversation?" The mistress of the greatest saint lady temple waved her sleeves, and the same wizard power protected the juniors present. She said, "I think the juniors also have their own reasons. Zhang Lin and the other two candidates are jealous of the talents and cannot be of great use. It is best to take back the test qualification." "How dare you!" The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple shot out fiercely. Seeing that the two temple masters were arguing again, the Wang clan master thought for a long time and said, "Both of you, please calm down." He looked around at the crowd and said, "Since everyone has strongly recommended Suyu, why not give him a chance to try?" Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Suyu was moved. He cupped his fists and bowed to Shuiying, the mistress of the greatest saint lady temple, Wang Qingchen and Ling Wu. Shuiying, in particular, stood up for him. Suyu was touched by her kindness. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Shuiying had done so much for him. "Humph! So what if you get the chance? It's just a waste of tools." The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple saw that he could not stop it, and his nostrils flared. This is based on the real realm of cultivation. Don't even think about getting away with it. Suyu glanced at him lightly, took an ancient bronze ruler, and held it in his palm. The Wang clan master thought for a moment, took out several wizard tools, and said, "Since I have made an exception to test Suyu, I can't be biased. All the young talents present have the opportunity to try. Whoever is willing to try can receive a wizard tool." Many young people's eyes lit up, and they accepted the ruler with joy. Not long after, a total of 20 young people stood side by side and began the test. Think of your deepest feelings, and the bronze ruler will decide everything, the Wang clan master said slowly. They closed their eyes one after another, and their minds recalled the deepest emotional fetters in the depths of their souls. The two temple masters, the Wang clan master, and Ling Wu stared at the people present. Suddenly, the ruler in one of the candidates' hands flashed with a pale yellow halo. The three of them focused their gazes and quickly looked over. The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple's face was overflowing with joy. He had produced a suitable person so quickly. However, after the halo appeared on the first notch, it climbed very slowly to the second notch. After climbing for a while, it stopped. The Wang clan master sighed. Unfortunately, he does not meet the requirements of the red dust dream. The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple did not believe it. How could this be? His soul power has definitely reached the level of level 3. How could he not be qualified? His words were filled with suspicion that the Wang clan master was faking it. The Wang clan master was not annoyed and said lightly, "The ruler tests not only the soul power, but also the heart of the red dust. Soul power alone cannot decide everything. You, the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple, should have cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and only have the first notch of compatibility. The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple's face sank, and he said nothing. His disciple had cut off the fetters in order to concentrate on the practice of witchcraft, and had killed his wife, to the point where his heart was merciless. It was not surprising that he only had such a compatibility. At this moment, the ruler of a saintess candidate in the greatest Saint Lady Temple also lit up. The pale yellow halo also appeared on the first notch. After climbing with difficulty, it barely reached the second notch, but it was not strong enough. The Wong clan master shook his head regretfully. The soul power is enough, and the heart of the red dust has not been erased. However, there is no affection in his life, and he has never been attached to the red dust. The heart of the red dust does not meet the requirements of the red dust dream. Then, one after another, halos appeared on the members of the 2 temples and the young talents who participated. But without exception, all of them did not meet the requirements. The highest was the disciple of the greatest Saint Lady Temple, who barely crossed the second notch. Most people lingered at the first notch because of insufficient soul power. Such a result surprised the onlookers. It's so difficult. I thought that at least half of the 6 temple members would pass. As a result, except for Zhang Lin, who has not yet had a halo, the rest are all unqualified. Hiss! Now only Shuiying and Zhang Lin's halo have not appeared yet, right? Whether a qualified person can be born depends on them. Oh, I thought that all 4 red dust dreams would be used, but now it seems that there are only 2 people at most. Everyone's eyes were focused on Shuiying and Zhang Lin, especially the 2 temple masters. The failure of a large number of testers made them nervous. This test was much more difficult than they had imagined. Sizzle! With a soft sound, the ruler in Zhang Lin's palm emitted a faint light, and an obvious pale yellow halo suddenly appeared, rising quickly at a fast speed. Look, Zhang Lin's halo has appeared. Hiss! With this speed, it is not difficult to break through the second notch. He is indeed the first candidate under Zhao Tianyin in the past. He has great hope. While they were talking, the yellow halo broke through the second notch as expected, but the speed was greatly reduced, slowly climbing to the third notch. The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple held his breath, and his eyes were wide open. Whether the Holy Saint Temple could get a chance, it all depended on Zhang Lin. However, what made people anxious was that the yellow halo's climbing speed was getting slower and slower, and when it reached the 0 point of the third notch, it fell into a state of stagnation. This scene made the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple's heart sink to the bottom, and it also surprised the onlookers. Could it be that the most promising Zhang Lin also had no chance of the red dust dream? Wasn't the difficulty of the test too high? Ding! But at this moment the ruler in Zhang Lin's hand made a soft sound, and the pale yellow halo seemed to have exhausted its last trace of power, gently stepping forward by a weak line. Chapter 1437. The bronze ruler trembled immediately, emitting a pink power that fell on the palm of Zhang Lin's hand that was holding the ruler tightly. Zhang Lin felt pain and opened his eyes from his contemplation. The Wong clan master's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stood up and exclaimed, "Congratulations, Lord of the Holy Saint Temple! Zhang Lin meets the requirements of the red dust dream." The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple, who was in a depressed mood, felt as if a huge stone hanging in his heart had been dropped. He breathed a sigh of relief, and his face was overflowing with uncontrollable excitement. "Ha ha ha! Zhang Lin, it is not in vain that I have cultivated you to this day. You really did not let me down." As he spoke, he also deliberately glanced at the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple, with self-evident provocation. The only remaining representative of the greatest Saint Lady Temple, Shuiying, was motionless at the moment with the ruler in her hand, just like the expression of the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple. But the three candidates standing behind the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple could clearly feel the almost frozen atmosphere around the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple. She was very nervous. This test was far more strange than expected, and it was not a matter of strength that could guarantee success. At this moment, the ruler in Shui Ying's hand finally changed. A yellow light appeared silently, and at a very steady speed, it moved toward the second notch. Look, Shui Ying's notch has also appeared, but the speed doesn't seem to be fast. Zhang Lin almost failed at that speed just now. I'm afraid, Shui Ying, but soon they immediately found that something was wrong. After the yellow halo passed the second notch, there was no sign of slowing down, and it was still moving steadily toward the third notch. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the yellow halo successfully reached the third notch. At this moment, everyone seemed to hear a heavy sigh of relief from the direction of the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple. But everyone's eyes did not leave the ruler, because the yellow halo was still climbing up. Although the speed had greatly slowed down, it was still moving forward. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 10 breaths. Everyone stared at the yellow halo without blinking until it crossed the 4th notch. Hiss! 4 notches! What a powerful soul power! What a deep heart of the red dust! Who is this Shui Ying? I think the Saint Lady and the Holy Sun tested it in person is only this much? There was an exclamation from the crowd, and Zhang Lin's face immediately stiffened. The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple did not think much of it. After all, she was a saintess. It was not surprising that she had 4 notches. Wonderful! How wonderful! 4 notches, completely in line with the requirements of the red dust dream, and can play an extremely strong role. He got up and saluted the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple. He laughed and praised her. Congratulations, mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple. You have really cultivated an amazing talent. A smile appeared on the old face of the mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple. The 2 most promising candidates had successfully obtained the qualifications for the red dust dream. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. At least they wouldn't be unable to find a candidate to communicate with in the dream realm. Haha, there's no time to lose. Let's start the dream communication now and understand the situation in Fan Capital. The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple could not wait any longer. Everyone's eyes lit up and they gathered around curiously. The mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple was also quite tempted, and even Ling Wu was a little curious. Their focus was all on Shui Ying, Zhang Lin, and the red dust dream, but they forgot that there were still 2 people who had not finished. ZZ. At this moment, a light buzzing sound entered everyone's ears, causing them to be unable to help but turn around in surprise. Everyone's eyes reflected a scene that they could not believe. Kaylin's ruler also had a yellow halo, and it was advancing towards the 2nd notch at a steady speed. Soon, it easily crossed the 2nd notch, and after half an hour, it crossed the 3rd notch. What was even more amazing was that in the end, it also crossed the 4th notch and stopped at the same position as Shui Ying. How is this possible? In the God realm, he belongs to the level 5 gods, far from the level 3 gods. His soul power should be far from reaching the level 3 gods. How could it be similar to Shui Ying's? Everyone was shocked. The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple directly questioned and said, Wang Clan Master, please give everyone a reasonable explanation. So many level 3 testers could not cross the 3rd notch, but she, a mere level 5 gods, reached the 4th notch? Such a test result is really hard to convince us. In this regard, although the Wang Clan Master was also surprised, he was not surprised. He said, I will reiterate for the last time that the ruler tests the strength of the soul and the red dust heart. If the red dust heart is too strong, even if the soul is not strong enough, this situation may still happen. However, it is very rare, 1 in a billion creatures. He looked at Kaylin with some surprise. I think she must have a deep feeling that she cannot forget, and that is why she activated the ruler just now. Such an explanation made many of the testers who failed to be selected quite dissatisfied, but there was nothing they could do. Kaylin opened her eyes and stared at the fourth notch. Her crystal eyes flashed with a touch of complexity and a touch of sadness. "Congratulations, you have also qualified for the Red Dust Dream," the Wong clan master said. The mistress of the greatest Saint Lady Temple showed a hint of joy in her eyes. Kaylin was the Saint Lady's person, which meant that Kaylin also belonged to the greatest Saint Lady Temple. Out of the 4 places, she alone occupied 2, which was unexpected. Although the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple was dissatisfied, he had nothing to say. He said, "Since it is over, let's start." Kaylin looked at Suyu, whose eyes were closed, and said, "Isn't there still Suyu?" Hearing this, the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple, who was already indignant, said, "It is already 1 in a billion that you can successfully qualify. He has not even reached the level of a deity, and his soul power is too low, so it is impossible for him to activate the ruler." Kaylin's beautiful eyes flashed with a little sarcasm. "For him, I advise the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple to hold back a little. In this world, there are not many things that are impossible for him." The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple shook his head. "Summer insects cannot talk about ice." With that, the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple said, "Wong Clan Master, this matter should not be delayed. We do not have time to waste on Suyu. If he cannot activate the ruler for 1 day, do we have to wait for a whole day? Why don't we start the dream communication first and ignore Suyu for the time being?" The Wong clan master glanced at Suyu and shook his head, secretly. Generally speaking, the longer the delay, the lower the probability of activating the ruler. More than 90% of Suyu had failed, and he was just barely holding on. Speed is important in war, and we really cannot delay. The Wong clan master took out 3 pink pills and handed them to Shuiying, Zhenglin, and Kaylin. After swallowing, you can enter the dream of anyone you have met once or more, provided that that person is in the dream. The 3 of them nodded. What they needed to enter, of course, was the dream of someone in Fan Capital. Shuiying and Kaylin had people in Fan Capital who belonged to them. It was easy to enter their dreams and inquire about the situation in Fan Capital. The 2 women took the pills and swallowed them immediately. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they fell into a coma and lay quietly in the main hall. Zhang Lin followed closely and also swallowed the pills. Soon, he also fell into a deep sleep. Above the heads of the 3 of them, a layer of faintly discernible pink mist gradually hovered, with varying depths of change. Soon, the red mist on the top of Shuiying's head rolled slightly and changed. The Wong clan master looked happy. Success! This is a symbol of her entering someone's dream. At this time, Kaylin and Zhenglin also entered the dreams of others, one after another. Seeing this, the people present secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Wong clan master said with relief, "When they wake up from the dream, they can tell us the news." Someone curiously asked, "What if they don't wake up?" The person who spoke was glared at by the elder, who scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? Wong clan master, this child has a loose tongue. Please forgive him." The Wong clan master smiled generously. "It's okay. As long as they are willing, they can wake up in the dream, and there will never be a situation where they can't wake up. What if there is an external force to wake them up?" The teenager asked curiously. The Wong clan master's face became a little more serious. He waved his sleeves continuously, and 3 sorcery powers descended to isolate the 3 sleeping people. He said, "There must be no external interference. Otherwise, they will permanently lose a part of their soul power." "What does that mean?" The Wong clan master solemnly said, "It means that they will live in the dream forever and never wake up." Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath and kept quiet, not daring to speak loudly again. The atmosphere at the scene was a lot more dignified. The Wong clan master smiled slightly. "Don't worry, ordinary interference will not affect them. Besides, with us here, External forces will not wake them up. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Wu looked gratified. Finally, we can rest assured a little. When the three of them wake up, we will summarize and compare the news from the three parties, and we should be able to get a more comprehensive picture of the situation in Fan Capital. The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple echoed, "Yes, the news from 3 different dreams should be comprehensive enough." Looking at the 3 of them, and then at Su Yu, who was still trying to engrave, the Lord of the Holy Saint Temple sneered. At the critical moment, we still have to rely on our own people. I think it's better to wake Su Yu up. The 3 of them are enough and we don't need him. The Wang clan master had the same idea. Whether Su Yu succeeded or not was meaningless, and the 3 of them would soon get the news. "Hey, Wang clan master, why is there a black thing in the mist above Zhang Lin's head?" It was the teenager who was full of questions. He was keenly aware of the change in Zhang Lin. The Wang clan master was stunned. He looked over and saw that the pink mist above Zhang Lin's head was gradually filled with a layer of black mist, stirring the pink mist into a turbid state. There was a flash of horror in his eyes, and he quickly walked over and said, "How could this be?" The Lord of the Holy Saint Temple was also shocked and said in a deep voice, "Is it a problem with the medicine?" "No, it's not the medicine, but he is in danger in the dream." The Wang clan master said, "As I said, stepping into the dreams of others is essentially a communication at the soul level. If he is hurt in the dreams of others, it will affect him. The black mist is a sign of being hurt." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. What happened to him and why was he hurt? "Ah, look, in the mist above Shuiying's head, there are also black filaments." Someone with sharp eyes suddenly noticed his abnormality. Before the Wang clan master could look over, he heard another exclamation, "Kaylin too!" At a glance, the black mist appeared above the heads of all 3 of them. What happened to them? How could all 3 of them be hurt? They, who were relieved just now, suddenly became nervous.